here we go from Studio 7, our home tonight for election night in America. The day is finally here, one that America has been anticipating.
Polls are already closing around the country and just moments ago in 6 states, including here in Indiana.
Yeah, here's what we're going to be looking at tonight.
First, it's the race for the White House between former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, both desperately trying to win the much-needed battleground states of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We're tracking each candidate's path to 270 electoral votes. That's, of course, the number needed to win the presidency.
Another major storyline we're following tonight is for control of the United States Senate. A number of incumbent Democrats are fighting to hold on to their seats in several vulnerable races. Republicans need to pick up only 2 seats in the Senate to take control, and only 1 if Trump wins back the White House.
And it's pretty much just as divided over in the House, where Democrats need to pick up at least 8 seats to take back the majority, where Republicans have been in control since the midterms.
And with that, let's get right to it. It's the top of the hour, and the polls just closed in 6 states, including here in Indiana. They also closed in Battleground, Georgia, as well as Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia.
60 electoral votes up for grabs at this hour, and a number of Senate races that we're watching.
And here's where the races stand at 7 p.m. Georgia, obviously a hotly contested race that both candidates are desperately trying to get. No projection yet in that state. 16 electoral votes up for grabs in that state. It's a state Biden won by only 12,000 votes in 2020. We'll obviously be watching the state of Georgia.
And as expected here in Indiana, the Associated Press has called our state for former President Donald Trump, along with its 11 electoral votes. Indiana has not gone blue since 2008, when Barack Obama took home the 11 votes.
Also, by no surprise, Kentucky has gone red with its 8 electoral votes. It's one of the most reliably red states at the presidential level. In 2020, they were 62.1% Republican.
And in South Carolina, the Associated Press says it is still too early to call at this time.
In the state of Vermont, no surprise here, the Northeast blue wall, if you will. Vermont goes to Kamala Harris, 3 electoral votes there. There's also a Senate race we'll be getting an update on in that state as well in just a moment.
Virginia, it's also too early to call right now, but it's progressively becoming a Democrat-leaning state. In 2020, they voted 44% Republican, but we will have to see how things play out tonight.
Another Senate race there as well. It's all about getting to the magic number of 270 electoral votes. That's, of course, the number needed to win. Here's where things stand at this hour. Trump with 19, Harris with 3, but again, very early on in the night. We'll, of course, be watching as that map gets colored in the rest of the night as you follow along at home. We want to welcome you once again to our election night headquarters. Ashton Ackman alongside Carson Johnson and Grace Morocco. And guys, it's been a long campaign, and now we are gearing up for what could be a long night, potentially a long few days ahead.
Yes.
What are you looking out for?
I'm looking at what I think most of America is going to be looking at, those battleground states, namely Pennsylvania. Both candidates have come out and said that Pennsylvania is a critical path if either one of them want to win this election. It's one of the last states that we had results from in 2020, and it's where both candidates spent their time last night and a lot of their time throughout the election cycle. Another state that I'm looking closely at is Georgia. With its 16 electoral votes. In 2020, Biden beat Trump here with only 12,000 votes. So not very many, but we'll have to see how things play out tonight.
One thing I'm looking out for, 2 things, I guess you could say, is for what party wins control of the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, because that will decide whether or not the next president, whoever it may be, has a successful term.
Now, as we mentioned at the top of the hour, there are a number of Senate races across the country that could decide who controls the Senate. There's actually a state here in Indiana as well.
Our Charlie Herman is standing by with some of the called races from this hour. Charlie?
Thanks, guys, and thank you all for joining us at home. There are several key Senate races we are watching, 34 in the night total, and 3 that just closed: Indiana, Vermont, and Virginia. Indiana, no surprise, went to Jim Banks, the AP is projecting, a Republican congressman defeating Democrat Valerie McRae, and this is a Republican hold, filling the seat for Republican Mike Braun, who is stepping aside to run for governor. And here's another familiar face. Bernie Sanders is heading back to the United States Senate. Sanders is an independent who caucuses with the Democratic Party and will be serving his 4th term in the Senate. He defeats Republican Gerald Malloy. And in Virginia, the race is too early to be called, excuse me. Incumbent Democrat Tim Kaine is running for his third term, taking on Republican Hung Cao, who lost a close 2022 House race in the 10th district in Virginia there, guys. Here's where the balance of power stands in the Senate currently. Democrats are at 46 seats and Republicans are at 48 seats. And there is 51 needed to control, guys. That's it. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We got an update on not only the presidential races, the Senate races as well. Wanted to make note here in the state of Indiana, I know there was a lot of talk about a potential competitive governor's race. The AP did in fact call that one for Mike Braun. There's about 14% of the vote counted in that race. And Braun is off to obviously an early lead. So the governor's race in Indiana went for the Republicans. Any reaction for the Senate races we just heard from?
I mean, I think it's expected that Indiana goes red because it typically does. So I'm really not surprised hearing that they did this election.
I would tend to agree.
And Virginia, that's a state that, 10 years ago, 12 years ago was a competitive election cycle. Tim Kaine had a couple of close re-election bids. But the fact that that state is trending farther to the left, we'll have to see how that one pans out. We're also watching a number of local and statewide races as well. Many of those Monroe County races, however, are uncontested.
Our Sydney Moore is live from the Monroe County Democratic Watch Party.
And let's start, let's start with that, Sydney. Lots of wins.
Yeah, like you said, I'm at the Monroe County Democratic Watch Party, and everyone here is excited for the night. Now, on the local level, Joe DeVentner is facing Jody Mediera in the county commissioner race. If Joe DeVentner happens to win, he will be the first Republican in office since 2002 when Judy Sharp was elected. But taking a look at the state level, Senator Mike Braun is facing Jennifer McCormick in the race for Indiana governor. Attorney General race includes Destiny Wells facing Attorney General Todd Rokita. I'll have more for you later on. Back to you guys at the desk.
Sydney, thanks for that update. I did want to, ask you, with this being such a race, there's not a lot of uncontested races. How is the energy like there? Are there a lot of people celebrating what is a good night for them locally?
Yeah, you actually just missed it earlier. Everyone was clapping and cheering as they are about to begin. So they're starting to settle down now, and in a few minutes, it's going to be loud. It's going to be crazy. People are excited.
All right, Sydney, thanks. We'll check back in with you later in the night.
Well, all eyes are on the presidential race, and as you may know, it comes down to the Electoral College to decide a winner.
Our Mike Badrov is over at the wall with the path to 270. Mike?
Thank you, guys. And again, 270 is that magic number for the night for the candidates. And I'm going to go over the direct paths that you can see throughout the battleground states. Right now, starting with Kamala Harris, former vice president. She's going to need to start with 3 key states up here. The top, Wisconsin, give her blue. Michigan, give her blue. And Pennsylvania. These 3 will need to vote together for her path to 270. And then also going with Nevada red, Arizona red, Georgia red. North Carolina will also be pivotal here as a battleground state for her to win the presidency. Now flipping over to former President Donald Trump, he will need to win North Carolina and Pennsylvania for him to win the presidency as the 2 made states there with no other hiccups. Georgia will also be a pivotal state there as their election polls will be closing here shortly. Guys, thank you.
All right, Mike, thanks. Obviously, we've got our own 270 maps up here. I know Mike is going to be punching the numbers for us over there as well. In terms of battleground races, what kind of states are we looking for out of the ones that just closed, Georgia?
I would say the battleground races that I'm keeping a close eye on would be, if we're talking about a Trump victory, then I would say the Sunbelt states, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada. If for Kamala Harris to go for a win for her, I think that her easiest path to victory would be that blue wall. Michigan, Pennsylvania specifically. Many are saying that Pennsylvania is the state that will decide this election.
I would say similar things. I mean, I said earlier, Pennsylvania is the main state that I'm looking at, and I think a lot of analysts are looking at, but I'm also looking closely to North Carolina. Trump won less than 1.5 points in 2020, but it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like tonight, and it's really hard to tell at this point.
Well, we are just getting started here from our election night headquarters. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we will talk about the issues that drove voters to the polls this election.
You're watching IUS TV's Election Night coverage. We are back after this.
is 7:20. We're watching as results continue to pour in. Welcome back to IOCV's live election night coverage.
I'm excited to see what's going to happen tonight. I know we've been preparing for this for a long time, and it's nice to see what's
And
going
I
to
think the
happen.
voters have been waiting for this for a
Yes.
long time. It might have been a short-lived campaign between these two specific candidates, but I think 2020 to 2024, people have been waiting for this one.
Yes, I would agree. I feel like the 2024 election itself has been hotly anticipated since 2020, just because the American people were excited to see what would happen after the Biden presidency, knowing that a former president would be running again.
Our Ashley Voss is standing by because we also want to hear from the voters that are deciding this election. College students obviously are voting in this as well. And Ashley, she's got a panel of some college students to talk about the issues. Ashley.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Alex Poudre and Alex Myers. Alex here is with the National Chapter of College Democrats, and Alex over there is with Turning Point USA. Thank you guys so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. All right, so my first question for you guys is, what issue do you think has had the biggest impact on this year's election? Either of you can start.
I'll start off. I think one of the biggest drivers for this issue, or for this election, is the issue of women's reproductive health. We've seen Roe v. Wade overturned in this country, and we saw kind of the outcry from the overturning of Roe v. Wade with the last election with U.S. House and Senate races that was predicted to be a red wave, but obviously that did not happen. I think now we are finally seeing the heavy push from Democrats and the heavy push from women across this country who believe that they should have the right to bodily autonomy, and I think that's the biggest issue of this election cycle.
Yeah, so I think the biggest issue of this election cycle is the economy, because if you look at it, you look at gas prices, you look at groceries, you look at anything in general, the prices of everything is up. And not only are just, typical everyday working Americans feeling that, college students are also feeling that, going into grocery stores around campus, and overall just the price of everything going up, the price of tuition's going up. Inflation is overall just bringing the prices of everything up. So I think the economy is driving the reason why voters are going to the polls, and I think that's what's going to push Donald Trump to victory in the end.
Gotcha. And then, do you guys have any issues that personally swayed your guys' votes?
Do you want to start off?
Yeah, sure. So I would say the issue that mainly swayed my vote towards Donald Trump would be the protection of the institutions and the protection of democracy. I know it's a big Democrat talking point to talk about how Donald Trump is somehow a threat to democracy, and I think most of us in this room here, whether you're right or left, can agree that from November of 2020 to January 6, 2021, that was not a good moment for Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump did leave office, and he is not the current president. Kamala Harris is the one who wants to end the filibuster. She wants to pack the Supreme Court, and she wants to introduce Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico as a state. So that's what mainly drove me to the polls to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, so I'd love to talk on that point. Obviously, I feel like most people have seen January 6th in the news. They've seen it, everywhere else. I feel like when his own cabinet, basically everyone came out, unendorsed him for the presidential candidate. I feel like that's a major issue. And when you have Michael Flynn, someone on his own cabinet, calling him a tyrant, a dictator, I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Obviously, after seeing January 6th, his supporters brought a noose for Mike Pence, the vice president, because he would not overturn the Constitution and keep him in the United States. And to touch on the fact that you thought, eventually he did leave office, right? I mean, he was going to be forced to leave office by the U.S. military, who is sworn to the Constitution. So I think you have all this going on. You have all his cabinet members unendorsing him, calling him a dictator, calling him a tyrant. Michael Flynn also came out and was talking about how Trump one time talked about how he was upset his generals weren't more dedicated to him like Hitler's was. I feel like this is just baseline red flags, just something against democracy. I feel like that is a lot of what people are scared about in this election.
All right, well, I think calling Donald Trump a Nazi is quite a stretch, because he is I did never say that. He's saying that he wants generals that are like Nazi generals is a bit of a stretch, because he's the most pro-Israel candidate on the ticket, unlike Kamala Harris, who can't seem to decide whether or not she wants to support Palestine or not. She has to cater to that section of the base. So I think to call Donald Trump a dictator when Kamala Harris is the one prosecuting politically her political opponents through the Department of Justice and censoring those, for example, those who are outside of abortion facilities protesting peacefully, I think that is more of a dictator-like quality. Now, I'm not calling Kamala Harris a dictator, but she's definitely showing more of those government crackdown characteristics that dictators typically show. So,
I mean, Trump literally said, day one, I will be a dictator. Day one, I will be a dictator, word for word. But yeah.
Thank you guys for sharing. What issues did you want to talk about? What personally swayed you to vote one way or another?
Yeah, of course. Honestly, there are a variety of things. Women's reproductive health, gun safety, basic gun background checks, basic common sense gun laws. Also the environment. I feel like a lot of our young generation and Gen Z really care about the environment and really want to see drastic changes made to stop climate change.
Gotcha.
yes, sorry, did you want to?
No, you're good.
Okay, I'd just actually like to agree with Alex on the environment point. I think that's a really good kind of common ground where the right and the left can both come together, and I think RFK is a great addition to Trump's campaign, and he's also the main reason why I went to the polls, because I think RFK is a great guy, and I think he has a lot of great ideas to make America healthy again. So,
Gotcha. Perfect. And also, going off of just like issues, I know you guys have talked about ones that you guys find really important. So for you guys, what do you think the main issue you think that your candidate would solve if they were to be elected?
I mean, I can go first on this one. I think the issue of abortion is something that Kamala Harris is really interested in solving. That is going to be a little bit of a harder process for her to do, because that would need to be codified into law. It would need House and Senate approval as well. That's something that's going to be a little more challenging. I would like to see that from my candidate. However, based off of things that I foresee she can do immediately once she's in office, I really want her to take care of the environment. I really want her to introduce common sense gun safety laws, but I think the environment is something that she can do from day one by issuing executive orders.
Perfect. And then what about you?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Just what do you think what main issue do you think that your candidate would solve if elected?
I think he's going to immediately solve the immigration crisis at the border. Before he left office in 2021, border crossings were at an all-time low, and now they don't even know the number. It's upwards to 20 to 30 million people, with 300,000 children who are being sold into abject sex slavery, or they're unaccounted for. They're either in sex slavery or dead. So I think Donald Trump's going to be able to solve that on day one by turning off the border. So.
Gotcha. Well, Alex and Alex, thank you both so much for joining us today, and thank you guys for tuning in.
Ashley, thank you. We're coming up on the 7:30 p.m. hour where polls will close in 3 more states. Battleground, North Carolina is among the next batch of polls to close.
Yes, it is. And Florida is actually, they're counting the votes right now. And right now, ABC News is reporting that 53% of those votes are going for Donald Trump. But we want to hear more about that from anchor Ashton Hackman. Ashton?
Yeah, hey guys, just want to pull up these vote totals here from Florida. We knew that Florida coming into this was probably going to be a state that Donald Trump was going to have a pretty good chance at winning. It's been trending farther right for quite some time. 61% of the expected vote is in. And I want to just kind of make note of why this could potentially be an alarming factor. In terms of making this less competitive, if you take a look at some of the vote totals coming in out of Miami-Dade County, Donald Trump is still at a pretty impressive 11-point lead. 70% of the vote is in there. Palm Beach County, Harris is just with a very slight lead there. 5 points? 68% of the votes are in. So when it comes to Florida, in terms of her having a chance at potentially flipping that state, which is looking farther unlikely, it's going to be down here in the Miami-Dade area. And right now, with so much of this vote already in, her chances of catching up to him it's looking pretty slim. So we'll have to wait to see how the western part of the state votes. But right now, it looks like Florida is pretty solid red, guys.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Ashton.
We'll take a pause. More IUS TV election night coverage on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
And the polls just closed in 3 more states, including Battleground, North Carolina.
37 electoral votes are up for grabs in 2 Senate races we're watching. So let's get to it.
In North Carolina, a hotly contested battleground state. No surprise here. It is currently too early to call, one that the Harris campaign might need if they can't pick off one of those Midwestern states. So we'll check in on North Carolina, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there.
Looking at the home of J.D. Vance, Ohio, no Republican has ever won without Ohio. There's no call right now with the 17 electoral votes.
And in West Virginia, as was predictable, Trump has been declared the victor in that state. West Virginia is a pretty reliably red state with their 4 electoral votes. Coincidentally, in the last election, they had 5 electoral votes, and Trump did win every single county in the state, which is rare for any candidate.
Now let's get to some races that are still too early to call from the previous hour. Georgia, there is no projection there. 16 electoral votes up for grabs in the state of Georgia, but at last check, Donald Trump was off to an early lead in the state of Georgia with about 10% of the vote in. We'll be checking in on that state.
South Carolina, also too early to tell right now with its 9 electoral votes.
Virginia, also too early to tell. They hold 13 electoral votes. It's expected to go blue, and Kamala Harris establishing an early lead in that state, leading Donald Trump by nearly 100,000 votes.
It's all about getting to that magic number of 270, the number needed to win the presidency. Here's where things stand at this hour. Trump with 23 electoral votes and Harris with 3, but we are only a half hour into the night, so it's early. We'll be watching that map as we continue on. Welcome back to our election night headquarters. We are just a half hour into the night, already a busy night.
Yes, it is a busy night, but the states that we're seeing right now, it's pretty much what we would expect. West Virginia, we mentioned earlier that in 2020 and 2016, Trump had every single West Virginia county. So it's no surprise that it went red there. But I'm really interested to see what Georgia is going to look like by the end of the night.
One thing I'm interested in is North Carolina. It seems like Harris has established quite the lead there early on. Again, only 1.2% of precincts reporting, but she has doubled Trump's vote in North Carolina so far. One other thing I do want to mention is that both the candidates spent a lot of time and money in New Hampshire this year because there is some alleged perception that New Hampshire might have become a swing state. I believe there are 4 electoral votes in that state, so that does bear watching for the rest of the night.
And voters there voted early this morning. It's a election tradition to get up at like midnight and vote 6 of them, and the vote, as you would expect, split right down the middle. I do want to get over to where our Senate races are at because it looks as though the Republicans have a pickup in that chamber. Charlie is standing by. What you got for us?
Yeah, guys, there is a Senate pickup in Virginia, and the race was just called by the AP for Jim Justice. He is the current governor of West Virginia, and he will be replacing Senator Joe Manchin, who is retiring after the end of his term. As I said, Jim Justice defeating Democrat Glenn Elliott and is finishing up his term as a popular governor, I should add, of the state of West Virginia. Now getting to my home state of Ohio, the race is too early to call between Democrat Sherrod Brown, incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown, and Republican Bernie Moreno. The Democrats are desperately trying to hold on to the seat, and the other seat, of course, is held by the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. So if Trump wins, that might need to be another seat that will have to be added in at a later date. Now to some uncalled races. We are still looking at the vote totals in Virginia between Tim Kaine and Hung Cao. Now, it looks like Tim Kaine has about a 5-point lead, but again, too early to call with only 10% of the vote reporting. Now, here is a look at the balance of power in the United States Senate. Democrats with 29 seats and Republicans with 40. And as a reminder, 51 is needed for total control of the U.S. Senate. That's it for now. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Charlie, thank you. And if Trump is able to win back the White House, Republicans would only need to they wouldn't need any more pickups, essentially. They only needed 2 coming into tonight. So that one in West Virginia is already a pickup. If he wins, they would get to 50. So we'll have to see how the rest of the nation votes in the Senate races.
Yes. We will.
So what are some of the states we want to look out for as the night goes on? We mentioned there's plenty of Senate races. Our Mike Badroff is standing by to talk about that. And Mike, what states have your attention tonight?
Hey guys, I'm actually here with Graham DeWitt too to help give some Senate race insight, and we're going to focus on the Midwestern region right here. Starting with Michigan. Graham, lead us off here, man. What we got going on?
Yeah, so Debbie Stabenow, who has been in that seat since 2001, is retiring, not seeking re-election. The Democrats did manage to find a strong candidate in Alyssa Slotkin, who can likely win that seat. She's been in the House of Representatives for them for a while, so it is looking good for Michigan for the Democrats so far.
So Democrats going to try to gain a seat back in Michigan. Now let's go on to Wisconsin. Graham, we got Tammy Baldwin. We also got Eric Hove. What's the run there?
Yeah, so Tammy Baldwin also in the lead as the polls were closing up just before election tonight. She also is replacing a leader for the Democratic Party in Wisconsin, likely to keep that seat.
Gotcha. Thank you, man. And let's go back on to Ohio. So we can get on to Charlie's home state. I know he'll want us to cover this one for him. We can see Bernie Moreno and Sherrod Brown. Give us a rundown, man.
Yeah, that is supposed to be the most contested Senate race of this election cycle. You know, Sherrod Brown has been in since 2007, likely the hardest race for him ever. And, you know, with J.D. Vance being the VP nominee for Donald Trump, that is likely going to have some influence for the Republican Party, likely for them to hopefully flip that seat and gain back control of the Senate.
Thank you. Now going on to our last state of interest right now, Pennsylvania. Again, a very hot seat, both the Senate and the presidency race. Give us your insight. You've been doing great so far.
Yeah, and Bob Casey, he's been in that seat for a while for the Democrats. He's had a very good history of winning in Pennsylvania. Including his Senate elections, he's won 6 total elections between all offices, including 3 in the Senate, with his first beating an incumbent, actually having the highest margin of victory for a Democrat in Pennsylvania history. So he's got a good advantage there in the Senate.
Well, thank you, Graham. Guys, it is 51 for control of the Senate. Whatever candidate you were rooting for, they need to have full control of the Senate for them to be any productive on their policies. Now back to the desk. Thank you.
We're also watching a number of local and statewide races as well. Many of those Monroe County races, however, are uncontested.
Our Sydney Moore is live from the Democratic Watch Party, and she's actually standing by with a special interview. Sydney? I think, is she able to? Oh, there we go.
So I'm here with Justin Hawkins. Justin, what are you taking for tonight? Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much. They just announced that Shelley Yoder is our state senator, and I will have more for you in the next segment. Thank you. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Sydney, thank you. We've been dealing with some kind of technical difficulties. She might be in a place with some bad service, but she was talking with Justin Hawkins, the district organizing coordinator for CWA. So hopefully we can get her feed fixed as the night goes on. She's got some more interviews coming up.
Yes.
We are continuing our live election night coverage. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, take a look at the race to control the House of Representatives.
You're watching IUSTV's election night coverage. We're back after this.
And welcome back to live election night coverage. Ashton Hackman alongside Carson Johnson and Grace Morocco.
It's been fun, guys.
It's been fun. It's been a stressful, days leading up to this, but it's been a pretty fun night.
Hey, I think it paid off pretty well.
Yes, and it's only going to get crazier as we start to see more and more results coming in.
Well, we mentioned all the Senate races, governor's races. There is a battle for control of the House of Representatives.
Yes, and it's a question that almost certainly won't be answered tonight. Will Democrats flip control of the House of Representatives?
CNN's Manu Raju caught up with the current speaker to ask him about that and what's to come if the GOP holds the chamber.
The office of Speaker of the House declared vacant.
It's been a chaotic 2 years in the GOP-led House. An ousted speaker in rampant infighting. Now Speaker Mike Johnson is trying to do what once seemed improbable, hang on to power and even grow their razor-thin majority.
Mr. President, I'm here in New York.
As he barnstormed more than 20 states in October alone, Johnson is hoping to turn out the MAGA base, even in Democratic-leaning districts, and making a pitch for unified GOP control of Washington.
Everybody in the world is watching what happens on Long Island and in the state of New York. That is not an exaggeration.
Trump, meanwhile, relying on Johnson and saying this last week at Madison Square Garden.
He and I have a secret. We'll tell you what it is when the race is over.
But Johnson now says that simply meant getting out the vote, even as Democrats fear he and Trump will try to block a Harris victory.
I know you said that this is a get out the vote effort.
Yes.
But have you and him talked about not accepting the election results if Harris wins?
Of course not. I've taken an oath to uphold the Constitution. We're going to do our job. This shouldn't even be a question or a controversy.
So if Harris wins, you would accept the results?
Yes. Look, I'm going to qualify this, and this is going to make everybody freak out again. If it's a free and fair election, I'm saying the exact same thing that Jamie Raskin is saying.
But it's Trump who once again is pushing unsubstantiated claims of voter fraud.
Trump is already sowing doubts about the election, about Pennsylvania. Does that concern you?
Trump is not sowing doubts. What he and all of us are trying to do is have accountability to ensure that we don't have hijinks and irregularities.
To keep power in the House, Republicans have to defend 16 seats in districts Joe Biden won, including in California and New York, as they target 5 Democratic districts that Trump carried in 2020. That means the next House majority will likely be narrow once again, and another recipe for gridlock.
So why do you guys deserve another 2 years in power?
Well, we did pass a lot of legislation. It's died on Chuck Schumer's desk. And
you had trouble passing your own legislation out of the House, too.
On occasion, but we also had some big landmark legislation sent over there, and it died because the Democrats control the Senate.
But you have a narrow majority, no matter what, and you had a difficult time with this last narrow majority.
Well, I had the most narrow majority in U.S. history. I'm convinced we're going to have a larger majority this time. And then if we have unified government, I think everybody on my side is going to be in a much better mood, and I think they'll want to be part of the reform agenda and not a speed bump in the way.
The race for the House poised to be the most expensive ever, with Democrats spending over $476 million on the air, outpacing the GOP by more than $100 million. But Democrats fear that a unified GOP Washington will leave Trump unchecked, including to target his enemies.
It's the enemy from within, all the scum that we have to deal with.
If he wins, he's talked about going after his enemies. Would you dissuade him from doing that?
He is not going to go after his enemies.
He said that repeatedly.
Listen, the Democrats have engaged in lawfare. So all this hyperbole, trying to scare people, it's nonsense. That's not going to happen. We're going to follow the law.
We've been talking about the House races. Just want to give an update. The Indiana District 9 race, which represents Monroe County, that did in fact go for the Republican Erin Houchin. She's been an incumbent. She won back in 2022. So no surprise there. District 9 goes to the Republicans.
The Marion County area is usually the only district in Indiana that typically goes to a Democrat, so not super surprising there.
That's right, you guys. We're coming up on the 8 p.m. hour now, where polls will close in 16 more states and the District of Columbia.
Battleground, Pennsylvania, among the next batch of states. Polls also closing in Florida and New Hampshire.
We'll take a pause. More IUSTV election night coverage on the other side of the break. Election night in America continues. It is now 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls just closed in 16 states and the District of Columbia. 171 electoral votes up for grabs in this batch of states, including the crucial and potentially deciding state of Pennsylvania. However,
yeah, before we get to that, though, we want to talk about North Carolina. Ashton Hackman and Mike Badroff have an update on that. You guys?
Yeah, guys, Mike's been watching the numbers. What's catching your eye here in North Carolina?
It's the least amount of votes counted in out of the batch of 730 states right now. Sorry, some light technical difficulties. 5% of expected votes, and Kamala Harris it just changed from 1% to 5% here, and that gap between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has shortened ever so much. She's just in the lead for 40,000 for the percent that just changed. Is neck and neck right now, 13,000 votes between the deciding factor in North Carolina. We still have plenty of votes to go, but North Carolina, we've talked about so much, the battleground state, and this state right here could lead the election in either way.
And so when it comes to what parts of the state we should be looking out for, obviously only 5%, what are some of the hot spots where these votes are already counted?
So we're talking Charlotte, 6%, Asheville, 7%, and Raleigh, 7%, and Wilmington, 5%, all the major college cities, all the major just populous cities. Not much there. We're still looking.
It looks like we're getting a lot of the early votes in from these urban areas.
Yes. That's just what I found so far. I just want to get a little short preview as to what we can see going on. Again, neck and neck right now in North Carolina.
Obviously a very hot contested race in the state of North Carolina. We'll be watching that one, guys. Back to you.
all right, like we said, 171 electoral votes up for grabs in this next batch of states, including crucial and potentially deciding Pennsylvania. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Here we go. Actually, guys, we're actually going to go to a break, but we will go over those numbers when we come back. Stay with us.
Election night in America continues. It's now 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls just closed in 16 states, including the District of Columbia.
171 electoral votes up for grabs in this batch of states, including the crucial and potentially deciding state of Pennsylvania.
And here we go. The first state here, Alabama. Alabama has been ruled for Trump right now. It's no surprise there. Trump won the state by more than 25 points in 2020.
In the state of Connecticut, their 7 electoral votes have been called for Kamala Harris.
Moving on to the state of Delaware, it looks as if there's no projection yet in the state of Delaware. Obviously, the home of the soon-to-be former president, Joe Biden.
Florida, it's a big and somewhat unsurprising win for the Trump campaign. It's 30 electoral votes moving towards the Republican.
And that is a big call considering Florida closed its polls just at this hour. They already called it for Trump. That's a big statement in the state of Florida.
Quick.
Yes, well, moving on to the state of Illinois, too early to call at this time, although the state is expected to go to Vice President Harris.
Moving on to Maine, it's one of 2 states that splits their electoral votes based by congressional district. Right now, no surprising there. There is no projection for electoral votes up for grabs. We're going to be watching the 2nd congressional district in that state where Trump is likely to pick up an extra electoral vote.
And Maryland is going to Kamala Harris, 10 electoral votes there.
Massachusetts and its 11 electoral votes to Vice President Kamala Harris.
In the state of Mississippi, no surprise, 6 electoral votes goes to former President Donald Trump, obviously a reliably Republican state in Mississippi.
Looking to Missouri now, it's too early to tell where the 10 electoral votes will go from Mississippi.
So far, too early to tell, but an early lead for Kamala Harris in New Hampshire with their 4 electoral votes, with 15% of the vote counted.
Staying in the northeast, New Jersey is 14 electoral votes, no projected winner yet. There's also a Senate race there we will be checking in on. Bob Menendez, the now resigned senator, they're fighting to fill that seat in New Jersey. We'll get an update there, but at the presidential level, too early to call 14 electoral votes in New Jersey.
Oklahoma has been ruled for Donald Trump, 7 electoral votes there.
And in Pennsylvania, the state on everyone's minds this election, too early to call there. 5% of votes counted. Vice President Harris with an early lead, but still too early to call.
In Rhode Island, back to the northeast, 4 electoral votes goes to the current Vice President Kamala Harris, 4 electoral votes in Rhode Island.
State of Tennessee, 11 electoral votes for the former president in the state of Tennessee.
And no votes counted yet in the District of Columbia, so no news there. Update, actually, Vice President Harris has just won the District of Columbia.
Yeah, no surprise. That is a very strong Democrat. It's never voted for a Republican at the presidential level. Now to some other states that are still too early to call. Let's start in the state of Georgia. No surprise there, Georgia. There is no projection. 16 electoral votes up for grabs there, and one that potentially could be an easy flip for former President Trump.
Moving forward to North Carolina. It's still too early to see what's going on in North Carolina right now, but I am interested considering that they were just hit heavily by Hurricane Helene. Both candidates have visited the state after the hurricane, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And in Ohio, 34% of votes counted, 17 electoral votes, no clear winner yet. Vice President Harris with a slight lead, but that is expected to go to President Trump by the end of the night.
In the state of Virginia, no projection yet. A state that has been trending more and more Democratic in recent elections. It went twice for Barack Obama. It went for Hillary Clinton, went for Biden, and one that Harris is likely to pick up tonight. But Virginia, too early to call. We got about 30% of the vote in. It's all about getting to 270 electoral votes. Here's where things stand at the 8 p.m. hour. Trump with 90 electoral votes, Harris with 27. But now this is where things start to get interesting. We're getting more poll closings. We're getting bigger poll closings. Pennsylvania's in this. Florida is in this batch of poll closings. So Now's when the night gets interesting.
Definitely, and the whole country, myself included, is looking what's going to happen with Pennsylvania. So much during this election cycle has happened in Pennsylvania. It's where the one and only presidential debate was. It's where Donald Trump was almost killed at his rally. It's where he did a photo op at McDonald's. There's been so much attention towards this state, so it'll be interesting to see what that vote's going to look like at the
So
end
much
of the night.
attention and so much money. It is
Yes.
the most paid state in terms of advertising. Both candidates spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yes, the magnitude of time and resources that's been spent in Pennsylvania is absolutely staggering. In fact, I know yesterday, the day before the election, of course, Vice President Harris was actually going door to door campaigning. Trump gave another speech there just a couple of days ago, so it bears watching what happens.
And I think the thing on everyone's mind is, how quickly can Pennsylvania count their votes? I know that it was the state that everyone was waiting for in 2020. It took several days to make that race called. We just don't know how long it's going to take in Pennsylvania. It could end up being one of the states we are waiting for. The good thing, though, for the vote count, the mail-in vote is down dramatically. That's what kind of kicked that can down the road in 2020, but mail-in voting down significantly in the state of Pennsylvania, so that could speed things up. We continue to watch a number of Senate races as well. That will control who decides the United States Senate.
Currently, Democrats have a slight majority, but that is likely to change tonight. As we mentioned, Republicans only need to pick up 2 seats.
Our Charlie Herman is standing by with some of the called races from this hour. Charlie?
Thanks, guys. We have several poll closings, 20 Senate races that we are currently watching that just closed their polls, including here at the key Senate race in Pennsylvania. Let's check it out. In Connecticut, it looks like it was called currently for Chris Murphy. The AP projects Chris Murphy will win re-election. He was first elected back in 2012 and will be heading back for a second term. Now on to Delaware. It looks like it is too early to call, but with Lisa Blunt Rochester, it looks like she is going to be the winner there. She defeats Republican Eric Hansen. Now on to Florida, another current biggest call of the night so far. It looks like Rick Scott will defeat Debbie Mercastle-Powell for that race there. On to Maryland. It looks like it is too early to call. Another independent up in the state of Maine. Angus King is in a tight race with Demi Kouzanis, and it looks like we are just currently waiting for more votes to be counted there, but it will most likely go to the independent in Maine. Now on to Maryland. It looks like this is another hotly contested election between Democrat Angela Alsobrooks and Republican Larry Hogan. Remember, Larry Hogan is the former Maryland governor and a popular Maryland governor in the deep blue seat of Maryland. So that is a state that will be too early to call. In the state of Massachusetts, a popular senator, Elizabeth Warren will win re-election in that state. She is a very popular senator, a very well-known senator across the country, and she will be going back to the United States Senate. In the state of Mississippi, it looks like the AP is projecting Roger Wicker will win re-election. He is heading back to the Senate for his 3rd term, and he is defeating Democrat Ty Pinkins. In Missouri, it looks like it is too early to call currently, with well-known Senator Josh Hawley in a re-election bid against Democrat Lucas Kunce. We will keep an eye on that one. And in the state of New Jersey, it looks like Andy Kim will be elected as a senator there. Remember, the former Senator Bob Menendez just resigned a month ago after he was convicted of corruption charges. And it looks like Andy Kim was popular enough to carry the seat as he defeats Republican Curtis Bashaw. In the state of Pennsylvania, a state we are looking at the presidential level and the Senate level, it looks like it is too early to call between Democrat Bob Casey and Republican David McCormick. McCormick, a businessman was a popular pick among Republicans and former President Trump. And Bob Casey is looking to hold on to that seat that Democrats need him to win to have any chance of having a slim majority in the Senate. On to Rhode Island. It looks like Sheldon Whitehouse, senator there, will win re-election in the state of Rhode Island, a race that was likely to be called early on into the night. And into Tennessee, another well-known Republican Senator, Marsha Blackburn, is going back to United States Senate in Washington, D.C. Blackburn will win re-election in a pretty easy race against the Democrat there in Tennessee. Now on to some uncalled races. We are looking at my home state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown, the Democrat there, is battling against Republican Bernie Moreno, and it looks like that will be another close race. And we are also looking at the state of Virginia with Democrat Tim Kaine looking to seek re-election against that Republican Hung Cow. It looks like he is going to be in a tight race for that re-election there in Virginia, guys. Here's where the balance of power stands in the Senate currently. It looks like Democrats are at 32 seats in the Senate and Republicans are at 42, getting out to an early lead there in the Senate. And just a reminder, 51 is needed for control of the Senate. And it looks like Republicans already flipping a seat in West Virginia are on their way potentially to doing that, but still a long way to go in the Senate. That's it for now. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Another state to be watching when it comes to the Senate races that could be the next Republican flip, the state of Montana. A very hotly contested race there between John Tester and his Republican opponent.
Yes, I'm also looking closely at the state of Virginia. It's progressively becoming a more Democrat state. 50% of their registered voters are registered Democrat. Now, just because somebody's registered Democrat doesn't mean they'll vote Democrat, but it's likely that we'll see that here in this election cycle.
Yes, of course, and like I mentioned earlier, whoever, if the Republicans are able to flip the Senate and Vice President Harris is elected president, that will make her job very much harder for the first 2 years of her presidency in terms of getting her agenda accomplished. And if the Democrats keep the Senate and Trump is elected, then that will provide the opposite effect for him. It will also make his job a lot harder. So these Senate races are definitely something that we need to be continuing to look at. Another one to watch is it didn't close in this poll closing, but the state of Texas. That's coming up at the 9 p.m. hour. Obviously, one that Democrats think that they potentially could make competitive or possibly even flip a contested race between Colin Allred, the Democrat, and incumbent Ted Cruz. That's a state coming up at the 9 p.m. hour. So Texas possibly in the conversation?
Yeah, there's a lot of states to be watching.
Yes, of course.
Well, a lot of people are voting in this election, including college students. Our Ashley Voss is back with yet another power panel with some college voters. Ashley, what you got for us?
Thanks, guys. We are back again with another panel. I am here with Owen and Alex. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is Alex Myers. I am the National Finance Director for College Democrats of America.
Hi, my name is Owen Hurd. I'm the chapter president of the Indiana University chapter of Turning Point USA.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you for having us.
Of course. All right, so our first question that we have for you is we're going to talk a little bit about the economy, and I know that could you guys just speak a little bit about the economic policies under each candidate and what taxes could look like in the future?
Yeah, so I'd love to start off talking about Kamala Harris's economic policy. What she basically wants to do is tax the extremely wealthy in the United States that have not been paying their fair share of taxes and give tax breaks to the middle class. Right? She's talked about giving first-time home buyers tax incentives to offset some of the high costs of living and high costs of housing in the United States, as well as giving tax breaks to small businesses across the country. I feel like in this nation, Republicans have given too many breaks to the rich, to the large international conglomerates, to the multinational corporations. I feel like it is time to stop giving these people tax breaks and uplift the middle class.
Yeah, so first and foremost, the biggest thing I'd point to is the 14% difference in inflation between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's presidency. And I would also point that there is more trust in Donald Trump to run the economy. I think now you look at the cost of buying a home is definitely a concern on a lot of young voters' minds. It cost $125,000 now to buy the same home that cost $75,000 under President Trump. We want our prices to go down, and we want an economy for everybody, and Donald Trump is the candidate that is going to do that.
Beautiful. Thank you guys so much for talking about that. We're going to go to another issue that has been at the top of a lot of Americans' minds. So a really major dividing issue of this election is reproductive health care. So could you guys just touch on what the future of female reproductive rights would look like under each candidate, and if you guys agree with their political policies?
Do you want to start off this one?
Yeah, sure. I agree with President Trump's current plan to leave the rights to the states. I do believe that it is such a divisive issue between where both sides are that it is, at least in the short term, the best middle ground. And I do support his plan for that.
I think it's creepy and weird that old men are telling, women what to do with their bodies. On top of that, I think we should take it a step further, right? Don't leave it up to the states, leave it up to the individual woman to make that own opinion for her own body. I think not only do you have the issue of, abortion in general, but you have the issue of women dying. People are bleeding out. They're dying because of this issue. And to talk about it personally, I mean, my mother would have died if abortion wouldn't have been, an option for her. She would have died from an ectopic pregnancy. So that's why this issue is so important to me in general. And I feel like the government should have no say over women's body. I think it should be an individual choice. Obviously, if you want to be pro-life, that's fine, but you should not contradict someone else's option to have an abortion if that's how they choose to go about how they want to handle the matter.
Yeah, so here's my personal opinion. I do believe we should not infringe at all upon medically necessary abortions, those that come as a result of rape and incest. I do believe, though, that in many cases of these abortions, these women have a choice whether they are sexually consenting and becoming pregnant as a result. I don't believe that you should be able to take the life of an unborn child that can feel pain, that has its own unique heartbeat and DNA as a result of your sexual decisions.
I agree that there is a lot of issues in terms of how far along the pregnancy has gone. However, I don't think that is of the decision of the government to handle, right? I feel like a lot of basis on the abortion argument from the conservative side is rooted in Christianity. And even as a Christian myself, I find it hard to agree with that issue on the terms of the government should be the ones telling women what to do with their own bodies. I think that is completely unnecessary, and I think that should be an individual liberty provided to the women of the United States.
Yeah, you mentioned you are a Christian, so I would just like to ask, I think there is a stark contrast between the two abortion policies that we've seen now. In 2023, we saw 1 million abortions. We've seen over 1 million parents on the adoption wait list. What would you say to those 1 million babies that are being aborted?
I mean, if you go through the stages of abortion, the vast majority of people are having abortion in the first trimester. These cases in the second and third trimester are a lot less common in the United States, and there's so many reasons why people are having abortions in the United States. And on top of the fact of bringing children into this world when people aren't ready, I understand the argument that adoption, people are wanting to adopt in this country, right? Yes. That's an issue that people are facing. People can't have children themselves, but when you are forcing, a 12-year-old child who has to go to school and ask when to use the bathroom, she has to ask to use the bathroom. And when you are forcing that child to bring a pregnancy to term, that is something that the government should have no say in. Personally, myself, I would never have an abortion, but honestly, obviously that can't happen. So I feel like it is definitely something that should be out of the decision of the government and in the individual woman's hands.
Yeah. So first of all, I would just say back to what I said earlier, and you mentioned in the terms of youth pregnancies and pregnancies in which an abortion is deemed medically necessary. These are outliers to where we see a majority of abortions coming from. So I would say too that I don't think really the bigger issue is should women who have been victims of rape, incest, any other unforeseen circumstances be able to have an abortion. I think the issue is how can we, because I think 1 million abortions per year is an unfathomable number that nobody should condone regardless of your political leanings.
I would just have to say that, obviously there are, you talk about your personal opinion for exceptions, right? However, in multiple states across the country, these exceptions aren't made. Unfortunately, they are not made. And as much as I, praise you for your opinions, obviously that isn't the policy that's being put in place when you see these deep red South states that are, criminalizing abortion no matter what, no matter in the case of rape or incest, or even the child's age or woman's age. I think, obviously everyone is, has the right to their own opinion on this case, and that's why I think it should be left up to the individual when making this decision.
I would point to what I said earlier about I do not believe, at least in the short term, there is a solution to this issue at a federal level. Donald Trump has said he will not implement a federal abortion ban. I agree with him on that. And, I will say that, you may disagree with some of these states' policies, but I don't believe that there is reason to believe that there is any solution to the abortion issue at a federal level.
All right, well, thank you both so much for sharing that. We really appreciate you guys both giving your input. But that is all we have for this panel. Thank you guys so much, and back to you at the desk.
All right, thank you, Ashley. In that panel, we did have 2 states that were projected within just the last few minutes. Let's take a look at those projections. We start in the state of Missouri. 10 electoral votes there have moved from the no projection column to former President Donald Trump. No surprise there, Missouri obviously is a reliably Republican state.
And looking forward to the state of South Carolina, 9 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. It was a 58.3% vote for him there.
Let's check in on the math to 270 electoral votes. We're starting to get some real numbers. Trump with 99, Harris with 27. But again, it's only coming up on the 8:30 hour, and no surprises yet. We're waiting on the surprises. That's when things start to get interesting. Well, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we will take a look at both Harris and Trump's paths to the magic number of 270 electoral votes.
You're watching IUS TV's election night coverage. We're back after this.
Election night in America continues. It's now 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls just closed in the state of Arkansas.
Very quiet half hour. Thankfully, 6 electoral votes up for grabs.
Arkansas, 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Now to states without a winner at this hour. Let's start in the state of, I believe, Delaware. 3 electoral votes in Delaware yet to be projected.
Illinois also yet to be projected. There's 19 electoral votes there.
Missouri yet to be projected, 10 electoral votes. And also in Georgia, no projection there yet, 16 electoral votes. That is going to be a close one.
Maine, 4 electoral votes. An interesting state, no doubt. They allocate their electoral votes based on congressional districts. So we're still waiting on the winner of the the statewide level, but 4 total electoral votes up for grabs in the state of Maine. No projection at this hour.
New Hampshire, 4 electoral votes, none of which have been announced right now.
And in New Jersey, 14 electoral votes. The Associated Press calling that for Kamala Harris.
On to North Carolina, one we are watching very closely. 16 electoral votes, no projected winner there. But as of now, Trump has built an early lead in North Carolina.
In Ohio, 17 there, no call yet.
Pennsylvania, no call yet there, although Vice President Harris in an early lead with 9% of votes counted.
On to Virginia, 13 electoral votes. It's a state that Republicans were confident that they could make competitive this election cycle. It's one that's gone for the Democrats most of the last few elections. We'll be watching that one. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. It's all about the magic number, 270 electoral votes. That's what's needed to win. Here's where we stand at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. At last check, former President Trump with 101 electoral votes, Kamala Harris with 52, and it is still somewhat early. 8:30. We're waiting on a shift. We're waiting on one of these swing states to kind of flip to kind of see if things get interesting. But as of now, pretty much business as usual at the 8:30 p.m. hour.
Yes, but I know things are going to get crazy, especially in the blue wall states. We're seeing polls that are really close. In Pennsylvania, we're seeing polls that are as close as 48% for Trump, 50% for Harris. Michigan and Wisconsin is the same thing. 48 for Trump in Wisconsin and 47 for Harris. It's close, you guys.
Yes, of course. It is getting to that early point in the night. Illinois has not been called yet, but we are expecting that gets called for Vice President Harris. That will give her a bit of a bump in her electoral path. Former President Trump has taken a lead in Ohio. Lots of early leads, but lots of no calls yet.
Yeah, we're still waiting on some of these swing states to actually close their polls. Michigan has yet to close their polls. We are waiting on Arizona, Nevada, so it's still relatively early. We do want to get over to Mike and Daniel. They are standing by with a look at some of these early numbers that we have coming in from some of these battlegrounds. Mike, what you got for us?
Hi guys, and so you're going to see a couple of different numbers here because we're using the Reuters map versus Associated Press. I'm here with Danielle Marlowe, and we're talking about some key swing states that were already covered before. Right now, sorry, gotta get better with this touchscreen thing. Michigan, already covered before, has not closed their polls yet, but we see right now with 7% of expected voters counted, Kamala Harris is in the lead right now, about 60,000 ahead. Daniel, can you lead us down to some key counties and districts that we can see for this upcoming state?
Yeah, first I'm going to start off with Muskegon County. It's just outside of Grand Rapids, and it's been Democratic, but it's been slowly streaking, going towards more of a Republican side. It started out being 18% towards Obama, but slowly filtered off with Hillary Clinton having only 1.5% of the vote, and then Biden had less than 1% of the vote. So it's a kind of slowly been losing its gain in the Democratic side, but they kind of did support their Democratic governor during the state constitution voting poll on abortion, but the winning in the county would show positive sign of winning the support from working white women. And another county in Michigan would be Saginaw County, which is next to Lake Huron over on the Detroit side. Biden only won that county by 303 votes. So it's been a pretty close county, and Trump winning that means it can get a lot of non-college white voters to really pull his way.
All right, moving on from that, Michigan, still way too early to count. Their polls have not even closed. We're going to move on to another crucial swing state, again, which I think will be a major part in this election. Pennsylvania, with 11% of expected votes counted. Kamala Harris in the lead by nearly 300,000 votes. Daniel, give us a rundown on what counties we can expect for this.
Really, the big thing you're looking at right now here is around the Pennsylvania area, whether it's the Northampton counties, Delaware County, or even just the counties up more towards Allentown too. But for example, Northampton, which is a little bit farther up north, it's flipped between Biden and Trump. But 16% of the county is Hispanic, and most of the voters are from Puerto Rico, if you want to look back on what was said during the MSG rally that Trump had. But if you want to go a little bit more down south to Cumberland, Trump won that county in both the previous two elections, but the county has been adding some more diversity of Democrats moving in, as it is a suburb. And then another county, Bucks County, half the population is non-college educated white voters, and registered Republicans outnumber the amount of registered Democrats. So it really puts them at a disadvantage to win that county, as there's less voters there. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen around the Philadelphia area.
Yeah, in short, Pennsylvania right now, again, hot battleground state. I cannot say it enough. While up here on the map, Reuters doing a great job of keeping us with the active voter count right now. And last but not least, North Carolina, 21% of expected votes counted, and Donald Trump is in the lead by a near 75,000 to 100,000 votes. We see it right here. Daniel, again, point us on the map. Where are we looking at here for some key counties? I know we got Charlotte, we got Asheville, we got Wilmington, we got just around upper north region, more red votes. Why is that?
Yeah, mainly the areas you're looking at are either around Raleigh or around the Charlotte area. First, we're going to start it off with Nash County outside of Raleigh, or actually we're going to go to Cabarrus, which is outside of Charlotte. Trump has been a big leader in that county, but his margin's been shrinking. So it gives good room for Harris to make a push, and if she really can, it really shows what can go around in that state and see what can really happen, as it can go to a Democrat state and really help out in Harris's push to 270, or it can go to Trump and see what he can do for his path to 270.
Speaking on that close margin right now, we see Kamala Harris with a near 1,000 vote turnout over Donald Trump right now, 51.5% to 47.2%. Again, as you said, really close right there in that county. Excited to see how that push will go.
And then my next county I want to talk about is Nash County, which is outside of Raleigh. It's also gone back and forth, but there was a Republican senator. He won that county by 7 points, so it has been swung its way towards the Republican side. But as is right now, only 2% of votes are in, and Harris is winning by about 300 votes. So that county has a lot of votes left to be counted and can go a lot of different ways. And those two counties can really make a difference for how this vote comes out in North Carolina.
And again, we have said it before, but we cannot say it enough. That magic number 270 is what we are looking for throughout the night as more poll sites close and more votes are coming in. I'm Mike Badrov, and this is Daniel Marlowe, and we are going to go back to the desk. Thank you all.
All right, thank you guys for getting us up to date on some of the numbers, and we did have a couple of states that did get projected. Let's start in the state of Illinois. This was one that was previously too early. There was no projection. It is now gone to Kamala Harris, 19 electoral votes in the state of Illinois. And Delaware.
Looking to Delaware, it has also gone to Harris, 3 electoral votes there.
Here's where the electoral count stands at this hour. Trump with just over 100 and a penny, if you will, 101, and Kamala Harris with 71. But again, it's early, 8:44 at the time, so we're standing by on a lot of outstanding races. Our Ashley Voss is standing by with yet another good number cruncher, our Graham DeWitt, who's been watching some of the Senate races. Ashley?
Thanks, guys. We are here again, but this time with one of our own reporters. Hello, Graham. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me here.
Perfect. So swing states have been the talk of the town, I feel like, for this election. Could you talk a little bit about them and why they're so important?
Yeah, so obviously swing states, those are the ones that go back and forth every single election, And it's interesting because a lot of the swing states have changed over the recent years. Florida used to be regarded as a swing state, but we saw it get called almost immediately. So it's very much leaned into the Republican stratosphere. But also Georgia, we've seen become more of a swing state recently. We saw Biden win it in 2020, and then proving it wasn't a fluke, we saw that Raphael Warnock He won his full term for the Senate in 2022 in a second runoff. After that time, he won in 2020. So we've seen a lot of states change, especially with those blue wall ones as well. You know, those used to be big from the early 2000s, late 90s, and they all broke to Trump in 2016, went back to Biden in 2020. Harris looking to win those states in 2024.
Yeah. And then also, could you talk a little bit about what other elections besides the presidential one that you are kind of looking out for or have an eye on?
Yeah, so we did already talk about West Virginia. That one was already called for, Jim Justice. That is a flip for the Republicans. That was almost guaranteed, as Joe Manchin was not going to be running for re-election. One that I really do want to talk about, the other one that's really likely to flip, is the race in Montana, and that is between the incumbent John Tester and Tim Sheehy, the challenger. Tester, he has been in that seat since 2007, but he is the one being tested tonight. You know, he has been behind in the polls, and, you know, it's not looking good. It's many, you know, Republicans are hoping that'll be the seat they can flip. Of course, the question now is, will Tester pass or fail? Of course, in this kind of test, you only need to have more than your opponent. You don't need like 70%. So moving on, another one I found interesting was in Nebraska, Deb Fischer. That was one many people expected she was going to easily win, but she's going up against an independent, and polls have been really varied across, you know, each side. So it's hard to determine who's been winning that so far, but many people are expecting Deb Fischer to win that. And then the biggest one right now is got to be between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sherrod Brown has had that seat since 2007, but with J.D. Vance being the vice presidential nominee with Donald Trump, that gives much more of a Republican appeal to the state of Ohio. And it's going to be so tightly contested, especially with, you know, how much, you know, money has been poured into that race. I think like nearly $500 million has been poured into like campaigning when you add it all up. So it's going to be very tight.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you guys for viewing. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Ashley. One more thing before we head to break. North Carolina, the governor's race there, that was one that everyone was watching. That did, in fact, go to the Democrat, Josh Stein there. A controversial Republican candidate might have impacted that race at that ticket, so it's interesting to see how that would impact the presidential race.
Yes, I remember that the incumbent governor was a fairly popular governor in the first place, especially with the controversial statements that were leaked about his Republican challenger. Not surprising there.
So we'll have to see North Carolina if Harris can match that, or if there are, in fact, Trump voters in North Carolina and no Mark Robinson voters in North Carolina. So we'll be watching that. Let's take a quick break. You're watching iOS TV's election night coverage. We're back after this. And welcome back. We're approaching the 9 p.m. hour. We want to give you a little bit of a break from the state calls to all of the issues talking about what is driving this election. We want to have a happy story in here.
Yes, there's a lot of divide when it comes to politics, obviously, but one thing that people can unite on is food. And a Virginia diner election-themed menu takes no prisoners, serving up jabs to both sides of the political aisle.
Elizabeth Holmes visited the diner in Midlothian to get a look at what the patrons thought of the menu items that included Mamala's meatloaf and the Trump burger.
I want it all. Something for everybody. It's a hard choice.
Under the retro neon lights in River City Diner, election news playing in the background. These customers aren't concerned about how they'll cast their ballot. Are you all ready? They're too busy choosing
The J.D. Vance Country Fried Steak.
what they want on their plate.
I have something really funny to show you.
Certainly very humorous on food.
Their election day specials.
Got a Trump burger. Okay. This is huge. Sounds like him.
Tim Waltz's breakfast sandwich, never been served. Yeah.
Biden's boozy blackberry lemonade, which is a mouthful for me.
All-American diversity. So I said, let's try it.
Playing on politicians vying for the White House.
It's like a vote.
Is serving up laughs on both sides of the aisle.
I mean, it's witty, you know?
This morning, everybody that came in was really laughing about it and enjoying it.
Even if the list of choices
Coming right up, y'all.
leaves some undecided.
Republican, and that's Democrat. This is the independent right here.
I'd probably order a sample of all of these. And you know what? They'd all be good.
We're still all Americans now.
Some regulars taking the chance.
Do you like the specials?
It's on something new.
It's kind of funny, right?
Unity soup.
It's a pumpkin curry soup. It was really good. I gave it a try.
Guess what?
You gonna give it a try?
Give it a try.
And the results are in.
It's 7 cents.
Good, good.
No matter what meal or president they'll pick, there's one thing everyone in here can agree on.
You all did good, or whoever did very good with writing this up.
It's fabulous, and I took a picture of it and I posted it on Facebook for my friends.
You got diversity, you got choice, okay? It's funny, okay? Hits the funny bone.
That's home cooking, hot dogs, baseball, apple pie.
In Midlothian, I'm Elizabeth Holmes.
Because the one thing that we have in common is that this soil that we stand on here is the best in the world.
Nothing unites a country more than food.
Let me tell you something. I would love to go and try some of those myself because some of them did sound really good, and I love like old-fashioned down-home cooking. Oh, it's my weakness.
Nothing is more refreshing than seeing people unite over something during such a divided season. But I will say, I'm surprised they didn't have any Joe Biden chocolate ice cream, since I know that's his favorite, and they should have put that on the menu.
Chocolate ice cream and Ray-Bans, that's his specialty.
Yes!
Wasn't there I forget what state it was, but there was a bakery or something that every election cycle they make cookies with the two candidates. That is the way we need to be conducting the polls.
Yes, it would cause way less arguments if we just made cookies.
Yes, exactly.
What cookie you want? All right, we are coming up on the 9 p.m. hour. We're going to another quick break in, and when we come back, see if we have any projections in some of these battleground states. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Election night in America continues. We are now at the 9 p.m. hour.
And the polls just closed in 15 states.
This time, 163 electoral votes up for grabs in this batch of states, including the crucial battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
And let's start there. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, probably one that is most watched at this poll closing. 11 electoral votes. It's a state that Biden was able to pick off in 2020, and one that Trump hopes he can flip back into the Republican column. No projection yet in Arizona.
Moving forward to Colorado. Too early to call right now. It was once a battleground state, but it has not voted Republican since 2004.
In Iowa, it's looking too early to call, especially after some shock polling from Ann Seltzer that came out the other day that actually had Vice President Harris up by 3 points in that state, which is a rare occurrence for the Democrats, but still too early to call in Iowa.
In Kansas, no projection yet. 6 electoral votes up for grabs there.
Looking forward to Louisiana, 8 electoral votes added to the Republican column.
Another one that you'll need to circle on your electoral maps, folks. Michigan, too early to call at this hour. 15 electoral votes in Michigan. Part of that blue wall that Kamala Harris is hoping that she can build back, or protect rather, this election cycle.
Minnesota with their 10 electoral votes, too early to call right now, but that is expected to be carried by the Democrats, especially considering that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is on the ticket with Vice President Harris.
Nebraska, still too early to vote. Nebraska is one of 2 states that awards electoral votes by congressional district. We're looking closely at the 2nd congressional district in Omaha, where Biden won by just 1 electoral vote in 2020.
In New Mexico, 5 electoral votes, too early to call at this time.
Moving to the Northeast, New York goes to Vice President Kamala Harris. 28 electoral votes there, a pretty big prize into the Democratic column. New York goes to Harris.
North Dakota goes to Trump, 3 electoral votes.
South Dakota also goes to former President Trump, 3 electoral votes there as well.
Here's one you probably didn't have on your bingo card. Texas, too early to call. 40 electoral votes in the state of Texas. It's one that Democrats are trying to make a competitive one. It's a state that Mitt Romney won by 15 points in 2012. Trump won it by 9 in 2016, and then won it by only 5 in 2020. Is it becoming a battleground state? We will have to wait and see. Too early to call right now in Texas.
Also too early to call right now, Wisconsin. It's a crucial state for Trump and the race to 270, once again breaking the so-called blue wall.
Wyoming, one of the least populous states in the United States, has been called for President Donald Trump. 3 electoral votes there.
Plenty of states still have yet to be called in this election. Let's start in Maine. 4 electoral votes there. Too early to call. This is another state that allocates their electoral votes by congressional district, so we could have a split there. We'll be watching Maine as well.
Pennsylvania, the state that everyone is watching today, 16 electoral votes. Too early to call right now.
Virginia, also too early to call right now. Rare occurrence there. Donald Trump actually carrying a small lead in Virginia at the moment. 49% of votes are counted with 13 electoral votes. Expected to be carried by the Democrats, but we'll keep you posted on that.
In Ohio, here's a projection. Trump, 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio, a state that he won in 2016. His vice presidential candidate, or his running mate, I should say, is from Ohio. 17 electoral votes. That is in Trump's column tonight. It's all about getting to the magic number of 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win the White House. Here's where we stand at the 9 p.m. hour. It looks like we have Trump with 154 and Harris with, I believe she has 99. Yes, excuse me, 137 for Trump, 99 for Vice President Kamala Harris. So it's still an early night.
Yes, it is. I'm starting to wonder, when do you guys think that we'll see these votes coming in from the battleground states like Pennsylvania?
We were talking with Mike in the break. It looks like Virginia, we're getting closer towards a projection. There's a lot of outstanding votes in the suburbs and the more urban areas. So we could see a call in Virginia coming down the line. That's a state that Harris no doubt needs if she wants to have a chance at getting to 270.
Yes, I definitely think one state that we are going to have to wait quite a while to see is Pennsylvania. And we actually just got news. Texas has been projected for Donald Trump with its 40 electoral votes.
There's also a Senate race in Texas we will get an update on. And speaking of Senate races, there's a number of races across the country. Let's check in with Charlie Herman. He's watching our Senate calls at this hour. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, guys. We are watching several 9 p.m. closing hour calls with the Senate, and we have several calls to make. So if we are looking at several states, including the state of Texas, as we just heard, it was called by Senator, it was just called for President Donald Trump, and it is looking like it is still too early to call between Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. Also, we are looking at Wisconsin, as it looks like Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hovde are in a tight race there. Also looking at New Mexico with the Democrat Martin Enrich in a tight race. And looks like in New York, it looks like New York was just called for the Democrat Kristen Gillibrand, which is a call there. And we are also looking at some other calls that we are looking at making. Still no projection in the state of Arizona between Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Carrie Lake. And also in the state of Michigan between Alyssa Slockton and the Republican Mike Rogers. There is still several votes outstanding in that state. As we head into the tight race in Nebraska, the very ruby red state in Nebraska, there is a surprisingly close Senate race there between an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, and the Republican incumbent, Deb Fischer. It looks like it is still very too early to call with more votes to be cast. And that could be a state potentially Democrats could pick up if they were to pick up a state from the Republicans. Here is where we stand in the balance of power in the Senate. It looks like Democrats are at 35 and the Republicans are at 46. And just as a reminder, 51 is needed for control. So it looks like the Republicans are 5 away from taking back the House that the Democrats currently have. That's it for now. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. We have another, besides the presidential and Senate races, all these federal elections, there are a number of ballot measures that people are voting for. And Carson, you have an update on one in Florida.
Yes, of course. So this year, there was a ballot referendum on the right to an abortion in Florida, and the people of Florida have rejected that measure, further limiting abortion access in the southern United States, more specifically, of course, in Florida.
I think in a state like Florida, where it's most of the time going to be red, if not all of the time, it's really not surprising to see a vote like that.
It'll be interesting to see, not in Florida per se, but there are a number of states that also have this abortion measure on the ballot. If we see a correlation between strong Harris supporters or people that came out just to vote for that abortion measure, if they end up voting at the top of the ticket as well. So we'll have to see how those two numbers pan out. We have another panel waiting to talk about the issues this election. Abortion has obviously been one that people have been talking about. Ashley's joined again with 2 new faces. Ashley?
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Kobe and Owen. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves really quick?
Sure. Hi, I'm Kobe Davis. I'm the president of Bridge USA here at IU. We're the Indiana branch of a national organization aiming to fight political polarization on campus and kind of engage in those constructive civil dialogues about politics.
My name is Owen Hurd. I'm the chapter president of the Indiana University chapter of Turning Point USA.
Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. My first question to you guys is, I know that political polarization seems to be more and more prevalent with each election. My question to you is, why do you think this is?
Yeah, see, it's interesting. It's kind of a shift we've seen since the 80s. You know, we've had, I'd say, like more and more controversial politicians take the route. You know, Newt Gingrich in the 80s, the Speaker of the House being a notable one, and then transitioning more recently into the Donald Trump years, we've seen kind of this shift widen. That's not only attributable to Trump. Obviously, we see the same thing on the Democratic side. We see candidates who are more controversial, more extreme in their positions, gain elected positions, which has kind of created this voter chasm where the center of the Democratic Party has moved further left and the center of the Republican Party has moved further right.
Perfect. Owen?
I would also agree with the last thing, is that many parties too have shifted further respectively to the left and to the right. I would also attribute part to the rise of social media. I think that's a big part of it too, where people can hurl personal insults and attacks behind the comfort of a screen. I think in part some has to do with candidates too. Also, I would say in politics, in many ways, we've lost civility. We now let kind of one's political beliefs define our opinions of them as a person, and I do think that needs to change if we're going to reduce the polarization in this country.
Amazing answers, guys. Well, before we get into those polarizing topics, let's talk about some predictions. So can we talk about those swing states and kind of just like a prediction on what you think they'll end up being?
Yeah, go ahead. So first, well, I'll start off with Pennsylvania. I do think that one goes red. Obviously, we're going to be waiting a while to figure that one out. Georgia and Wisconsin, I think, will follow suit there. North Carolina is an interesting one. I think as of now, I have a bit more confidence in that one going blue, but obviously we could see the recent events of the hurricane impact switch that one. Arizona, I think it will go red as it stands now. Michigan, I do think Kamala Harris will keep that one, and that one will go blue. I'm missing any on that.
Nevada?
Nevada, I think that one will. I think it's a lean blue as of now, and I do think it will end up being a blue state.
Yeah, I have a couple of different ones from Owen there. I think kind of moving east to west, North Carolina, I think is going to stay red. Although Democrats have been making a lot of inroads there, it's a historically red state, and I think it'll continue to be that way. Pennsylvania is obviously the big one, kind of the most important race in this election that you guys have been talking about all night, I'm sure. I think it's gonna turn blue. It has in the past two elections, and Democrats have been outspending Republicans there almost 2-1, which, although isn't directly attributable to election results, is definitely like a significant indicator. Moving south, Georgia, I think is just a coin flip in this race. It was won by 10,000 votes last time around. I think Democrats are going to hold on to it again, just barely, but that could really go either way. Moving further into the blue wall, kind of Michigan and Wisconsin are really interesting. I think Michigan's going to stay blue, despite controversy over the war in Gaza and Israel's response to it. Michigan has a high population of Arab American voters. I still think it'll stay blue. Meanwhile, I think Wisconsin will flip Republican, mostly because it's the whitest of the swing states in terms of demographics, specifically a high percentage of white men, which tend to vote more Republican. And then moving to the last two, Arizona and Nevada. Nevada, again, is a coin flip for me. I think I agree with Owen that it could lean blue. There's a large percentage of unionized workers there which tend to vote more Democratic. And Arizona, I think, would lean red, mostly as a border state and a high population of Latino voters who also have been voting in higher percentages as Republicans.
Yeah, awesome. You just touched on a couple of issues that can cause that kind of polarization and kind of that we don't really know what they're going to do. So one that I would like to specifically touch on is foreign policy. So could you guys talk a little bit about just like the issues prevalent right now with foreign policy and the priorities of each side? Yeah,
foreign policy is a really interesting kind of issue that's seen on the ballot historically on elections. Generally, Americans tend to rate it as pretty significant in terms of importance. Issues you usually see at the top of the ticket are like the economy and immigration, usually polling between 30 and 40%, whereas the economy comes in at 20%. So still a pretty significant issue to a lot of people. But at the same time, Americans overall tend to be incredibly uneducated about foreign policy, mostly because it's gets really nitty-gritty, nerdy pretty quickly. Who wants to talk about tariff policies and so on? But I think we're seeing two major foreign policy issues at the forefront of this election, being the war in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine. Those have kind of moved out of the nerdy shadows and onto the headlines. And I think both parties are rightly getting a lot of criticism for their positions on both. Kamala Harris on the Democrat side has been getting a lot of criticism for not calling to end the war in Gaza. But at the same time, Donald Trump hasn't really, or has stated a position that he would continue U.S. aid to Israel. And on the Ukraine war, Joe Biden and Vice President Harris have gotten a lot of criticism over the amount of funding they've sent to Ukraine. Meanwhile, former President Trump hasn't really clarified his stance on whether that aid would continue, would be ceased, or in what quantities.
So I think a lot of Americans in a way feel betrayed about our foreign policy stance. We have seen $200 billion sent to Ukraine. We have seen a very kind of hands-on response to the Israel-Gaza war. Meanwhile, Hurricane Helene, in which we touched on earlier, many victims of that, vocally displeased with the government response to that. And I think it goes without saying we need to protect our borders first, and we need to put our country first. That we have seen a disturbing lack of response to mass amounts of Chinese-bought farmland on our soil. We have seen a disturbing lack of response to Russian warships off the coast of Cuba. I think these are two issues too, that are very important to a lot of voters. I do have some criticism of kind of both sides of the foreign policy platform. I think on one hand, there is such a thing as a too hands-on policy. I don't think a fully isolationist policy is in our best interest either, however, to kind of positions that have grown in prevalence between the two sides. But I do think as it stands, our priorities are misguided when it comes to foreign policy.
Yeah, can I respond to that? I think you raised some really good points. I think obviously like talking about Russian ships in Cuban ports and talking about the Chinese Communist Party purchasing farmland are issues that aren't addressed enough. But I think it's ignorant to look away from the issues in Ukraine, Europe, and in the Middle East. These are issues that have and will continue to impact us on a daily basis, economically, personally in our lives. Although I don't think there should be a reprioritization, a shift of focus, because these are issues that will continue to need to be addressed. And even though they might not feel as personal to some Americans, we really do feel those impacts, and we will continue to feel those impacts. So I think two things can be true. We should be addressing the immigration crisis, and we should be addressing the war in Ukraine and the war in the Middle East. Both of these things need to happen simultaneously.
Yeah, I would have a slight dissent to the position on Ukraine. I think we cannot be stuck in this cycle of sending paycheck after paycheck with no end in sight. I think this has been a mainstream issue for the better part of 2 years. Russia has been in Ukraine at times since the Obama administration, but I do think as it stands, the direction where we are going in terms of what we are spending, we are not seeing the results that we should expect. And personally, I think it goes without saying our focus should be ending this war. But at the same time, we have spent far too much money to justify the lack of results we have so far. And our issues should come first.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that last point you made there. I think that the Americans have gotten an enormous return on investment for the money that we've given to Ukraine. And I think some clarification needs to be made there. The figure $200 billion has been thrown around in terms of the amount of U.S. aid that's been given to Ukraine over the past 2 years. And that's slightly misleading. It's not like we're just sending planes over of cash to Ukraine. Of that $200 billion, less than $20 billion has been given in actual physical money. Most of that $200 billion has been given in terms of equipment, us sending military aid, humanitarian aid, mostly from U.S. warehouses in Europe and here in the States. And it's all equipment that isn't used, is about to go bad, really. So it's really giving us a chance to reinvigorate our own military stockpiles, as well as it's teaching us an incredible amount of lessons about warfare in the 21st century. We fought a totally different kind of war in the war on terror at the beginning of the century, and now we're learning about what it's really like to fight a large state actor. And we see this in kind of the complete reshaping of the Pentagon's future warfare plans, which is an enormous benefit to us as we continue to move to a more secure future. And additionally, as the world's largest and oldest democracy, it's important to us, and it's important that we continue to protect other democracies around the world. Ukraine is a democracy, so it's our responsibility to ensure that as engaged American citizens, that we agree that democracy is a good thing. We should try to spread democracy and maintain democracy wherever it is.
Two things I'd like to respond to there. First and foremost, sending billions of dollars to Ukraine does not, in a way, I think Americans rightly feel betrayed when they are living paycheck to paycheck. They wonder whether they can afford a home. Our own border is in a state of disarray. We have the foreign policy issues, as I mentioned earlier, with the CCP buying mass amounts of American farmland. I think we have greater issues at home to justify what we have put towards Ukraine. And lastly, you mentioned Ukraine as a democracy. I don't think the banning of 11 opposition political parties, I believe it was, under Zelensky, and the control of all media under one state-controlled outlet are indicative of democracy. And then you look at the American journalists that they have imprisoned there for speaking out against Zelensky and the war. That is not a democracy, and we have no obligation to Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I wasn't claiming democracy. Ukraine was a democracy out of my own opinion. No, it's the Stockholm Peace Index, which is a respected global think tank, has ranked Ukraine as a weak democracy, still falling in that category, which means that they're able to receive U.S. aid. And I think you made a really good point at the beginning that it's true. Like, Americans are suffering. Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. However, if we have a disused Soviet tank sitting in a warehouse in Romania, which we do have, that's not going to help the American that's living paycheck to paycheck, but it will help the Ukrainian civilians that are living in fear of Russia every day on the front lines. So like we talked about earlier, two things can be true. We can help the Americans that are suffering and living paycheck to paycheck at home, and we can be protecting democracy abroad.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much for sharing. Both of those insights are really good. Yeah, thank you so much for coming, and thank you guys so much for watching. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, Ashley, thank you. It's always good hearing from people who can make their opinions known in this election. College students obviously should be a very big voting demographic.
Yeah, I think that's especially true considering there's more Gen Z, members of the Gen Z cohort who have aged into being able to vote. So with every passing election, we get a bigger voice and a bigger voice, and I think that it's good when we get the chance to be put on display.
Definitely, and I'm glad that they spoke a lot about the war in Gaza because that's a big talking point in this election cycle. There's hundreds of thousands of voters who are on their ballot. They were uncommitted, and there's a kind of a big Arab population in cities like Detroit, Michigan, a state that we're still looking at, that they might not be voting for Harris because of Biden's reaction to the war.
Yeah, and Minnesota, one of them, Michigan, Wisconsin, where this could potentially be an issue that should she lose some of these Midwestern states, that could potentially be at least one of those issues for key voting groups that she wasn't able to sway in her column. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's take another quick break, and when we come back, we will take another look at both Harris and Trump's path to the magic number of 270 electoral votes as we are continuing to count the votes.
You're watching IUS TV's Election Night coverage. We're back after this. All eyes are on the presidential race, and as you may know, it comes down to the Electoral College to decide a winner.
Mike is standing by with a look at the path to 270 and also a look at some of the updated numbers. Mike, what you got?
Very simply, we got a couple key states that we're still factoring in here right now. My favorite one to watch is Virginia, as I just keyed in on there on Spotsylvania County. Right now, Virginia as a whole, apologies. Virginia as a whole, 60% of expected votes have been counted. Donald Trump is in the lead, 1,337,057 votes in the lead against Kamala Harris. 1,318,862 votes, neck and neck right there. 40% of votes left to go there. Arlington County still factoring in their votes right now. Right now, if Virginia is flipped over to the Republican side, that means that the Democrats would have to win Arizona and Nevada to get to 270, making the race a complete different ballgame. And then again, Georgia, different hot state right now, looking over. Donald Trump is looking to continue to be a lock. 75% of the expected votes have been counted. Donald Trump in the lead by nearly 200,000 votes. And then a final one that I'm going to keep on looking at right now, Michigan, still a very early child right now in the election. Right now, Kamala Harris, 400,000 votes. Donald Trump, 330,000 votes. 13% of expected votes, you can see that factoring in here. And Pennsylvania, final one from me, 30% of the expected votes. They extended the voting deadlines because of weather and technology issues. And to talk about weather right now, you see him giving you the forecast on iOS TV News. It is Quentin.
How you doing?
How you doing, Quentin?
I'm doing all right. We got to get you a clicker up here, brother.
Please.
You need a clicker up here bad. I feel weird being up here without one.
But I can give you a pen.
Oh, hey, I'll hold on to that while I talk.
Okay.
So, an aspect that we should take into consideration while we are going over the election results today is the weather. And weather can affect the turnout that we have for different polling in different states. For example, this is going to be fun, but
just tell me which one you want me to click on.
No, it's all right. I can use the pen that you gave me.
Thank you.
So we can especially right here in our early Midwest states, especially with Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, we saw that rain here today, and that rain has been making its way eastward throughout the day, and that can affect the turnout that some pollings have and people showing up in those polls. But that's all I have to say. We're going to give it back to the people at the desk, and this big guy right there, freaking amazing guy. I'm going to leave.
Mike, I did want to ask you about Nebraska. We've been watching, obviously there's split electoral votes in Nebraska. Harris is looking to take one of those congressional districts. What are the numbers right now coming out of, District 2 in Nebraska?
Looking at Reuters right now, I'm trying to figure out District 2 right now. I'm seeing a lot on the sort of southeast side, Lancaster County, Kamala Harris, 35% of the votes in the lead right there. Omaha, Kamala Harris in the lead right there. I'm not seeing anything from Reuters on the different electoral vote distribution right now. Sorry to disappoint. I can switch to a different map in a little bit here and get you a better perspective. But for right now, Nebraska is still up in the air for what we can expect for the electoral vote count.
What about in the state of Pennsylvania? This is a state that obviously took quite some time in 2020. They're hoping to get the numbers a little bit faster this time around. What are we looking at in terms of the number of votes counted so far?
Of course. So easy number right here, 30%. You got a third of the way there. Still a lot of votes. I mentioned it before. This was something that happened in the Pennsylvania voting system, technological issues. They extended the voting period. So Pennsylvania is not done, was finished voting a lot later than expected, according to different sources. Kamala Harris, again, in the lead by nearly 200,000 votes, but still an early game there for Pennsylvania. Really crucial state. Cannot stress it enough.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Guys, we're coming up close to the 10 p.m. hour. What are we watching so far?
I mean, I'm still looking at Pennsylvania. I've been saying that all night, but it is a critical state. If these nominees want to win, they're going to have to get Pennsylvania.
I'm looking at Wisconsin and Michigan, two of those blue wall states. On our map here, they've kind of been bouncing back and forth between a Trump lead and a Harris lead. So it'll be exciting to see how those go by the end of the night. And like Grace said, of course, got to keep an eye on Pennsylvania. A little bit in Virginia, too, as Trump has something of a lead, about 40,000 votes right now. And that state was expected to go to Harris.
One thing I did want to note, Arizona closed its polls at 9 p.m., but there is stipulations when it comes to how quickly they can count their ballots in Arizona. They have to wait until every precinct is reporting some numbers or an hour after poll closing. So that's why we're not seeing any numbers whatsoever out of Arizona. They're waiting for all of their precincts to report votes, and it looks like they haven't done that yet. So we'll have to check on that coming up at the 10 p.m. hour. Let's get another break in. We are going to come back with more iOS TV live election coverage. Stay with us. We return to IOCV election night coverage with an update in the Maryland Senate race. The AP has projected that Democrat Angela also Brooks will take that. She defeats Larry Hogan, the former Republican governor. That was a state some Republicans were hopeful for, but that one ended up in the Democratic column. So as of this hour, the Senate is 46 Republicans to 36 Democrats.
And as a reminder, the presidential race is 99 for Democrat Kamala Harris and 178 votes for former Republican President Donald Trump.
And our Ashley Voss is joined with one of our own reporters to talk more about, she's from Michigan, so she understands the Michigan battlegrounds, and she's talking about the issues that some Michigan voters were voting on. Ashley?
That's right, guys. I'm here with Tegan Emerson, one of our very own. Thank you so much for being in studio today.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So like Ashton said, we know that you are from Michigan, and obviously that is a swing state that we have been looking at very closely. Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so in Michigan, it's been obviously very intense there with everyone, like everything up for grabs, not really sure who it's going to go for. So I think the most important thing within Michigan is in certain counties, it's really could just like decide the election within that state. And so in a county, for example, where I'm from in Kent County, it's really important because it's been a Republican county for most of my life. Ford grew up in Grand Rapids, and so it's always been Republican. But recently it's been going a little bit more blue. And so that's going to be really interesting because we have 15 electoral votes, and there's it's 6.6% of the state's population. So that's going to be an interesting thing to be looking at as we get the results from Michigan.
Yeah, and what about the Senate?
So in the Senate, it's also kind of a big thing because Debbie Stabenow has been in that seat in the Senate since 2001. So again, for my whole life, and it's a big thing because we're not having an incumbent person this year. It's between the Democrat Alyssa Slotkin and the Republican Mike Rogers, and I think Slotkin is favored to win as of right now, but we're still looking at that. So that's going to be interesting with someone new coming in Michigan in the Senate race.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us and giving that firsthand insight into your hometown. And yeah, back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you so much. We are watching not only the presidential race, but we are also watching the Senate races as well. I think we are still waiting on the projection in Texas. Yes, still too early at this hour. 65% of the vote is in. But the presidential race has already been decided. Texas Senate has yet to be called.
Ted Cruz with a considerable lead in Texas right now, but again, as you said, still a bit too early to call with only 65% of votes counted.
And a lot from the AP, a lot of the uncounted vote is in some of those heavy city areas. So that could potentially be why they are waiting to make a projection in the Texas Senate race. So we'll have to watch one as it unfolds. We're going to get another quick break. You are watching IOCV's live election night coverage. We're back after this. And we're back with live election night coverage from IU Student Television. We want to get an update on some of these races. Grace, I know you are watching Georgia, and I think Mike is standing by with an update on the numbers in that state.
Hey guys, again, we've been back here again and again with Virginia for the night, which was supposed to be a clear front Democratic state. I'm going to give them the electoral votes, the 13 electoral votes on the path to 270 for Kamala Harris. But right now we can see that with 63% of expected votes counted, that Donald Trump is in the lead by a mere 30,000, which again is not the same projection that Joe Biden had in the 2020 election when winning Virginia. And so right now we're talking about that. Just going to go into some of the categories down we see there. Bedford County, no votes have gone in right now. You go right next to the Roanoke sort of area. Richmond, Chesterfield County, 30% of expected votes. Kamala Harris winning in that category, in that county. Sorry, not a game show here. Brunswick County, Kamala Harris again, but we see here far west side of Virginia, clear Trump across the board with over 95% to complete vote count. We're seeing right here, Northampton County, still 62%, and we're waiting on, looks to be Charlottesville with 43%. So that's right now what we can expect from Virginia. Daniel, I'm again here with Daniel Marlowe. Daniel, can you anything on Virginia for us, please?
It's looking pretty, almost like it's get close wrapped up, but your big thing is just these counties around the Norfolk area, Richmond, and Alexandria, which is a DC metro area. But it's just, but these rural area counties kind of are overpopulating these Dem counties, where it's just really hard for these Dems to kind of make up that ground. But like you said, the Charlottesville County is big, and these DC metro area counties where a lot of vote hasn't really come in yet, and that's really where you're waiting on these votes to come in.
Right. And now, Ashton, Carson, Grace, I know you guys have some questions for us over here with some data, so what can we answer for you?
Yeah, I am curious because we are watching Virginia closely. It looks as though Harris isn't performing as well as Biden did 4 years ago. Is there a way for us to get the math on this? Let's say she loses Virginia. Where would she have to go after? Because she's going to have to pick off another state if she doesn't end up winning Virginia. What's the path for her after that?
So I do have a map that I sort of created here. Little fix right now, Illinois blue. For her to win with losing Virginia, I have Virginia lost, North Carolina lost right now off of current projections. She needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. You see right here, this three again, that trio already. And then she needs to win Arizona and Nevada. We see right here, either one of these Republicans have the win cinched for the election. And even with Iowa, they may or may not switch. We start looking out on that with the poll sites closing. This is a conversation that's coming up. Still, 6 electoral votes can go a long way in this election. Right now, with the loss of Virginia, is a loss of momentum for the Democratic Party. So that's how I would answer your question right now.
And what about North Carolina? I know that there is a lot less mail-in vote this time around, so they are expecting to pump in these numbers a lot more quickly. Is there anything that you are seeing in terms of the results side in North Carolina that catches your eye?
Give me a quick second here. North Carolina, still not called yet, but we are seeing some counties waiting on their votes to come in. But overall, it is looking like a clear front runner for Donald Trump. I don't want to say clear, but they have 66% of votes counted, another third of voters coming in, and we can see that third of voters coming in Burke County. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that county, and Alamance County. Right now, you got some west, central, and east side of North Carolina right now. You got Marlo, you talked about North Carolina already earlier for me, but can you just reiterate some key points for me?
Yeah. Just going back into these counties around Raleigh and Charlotte are big deals, where we notice these counties south and northeast of Raleigh don't have that much vote in yet. So you're just really waiting for all that voter turnout to come in, waiting for those votes to be counted. And once again, back to Charlotte, where you once again have these counties sitting around the Charlotte area where they haven't counted their votes yet, and you're really just waiting. And a lot of these counties, Raleigh and Charlotte, will have those college voters that really push that Democratic, or the ones that were voting early or voting mail-in. So you're really just waiting for those ballots to come in.
If we lose sight of how the voters will turn out in these election sites and election counties, we will not see What could or could not be another deciding factor for the election right now, North Carolina, either way. So we talked about it earlier. I said it. If Nevada and Arizona go to the Republican side, which we've seen a lot in the past, for the Democratic side to still win, Minnesota, they need Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those three are key. But again, it's these two, Virginia, North Carolina. If the Democrats win North Carolina, that's their 270. They win Virginia, it's their 270. That's what I can give you right now.
So we are getting to the point in the night where these scenarios are really going to start to become reality. What ifs?
Yes.
Like she's down in Virginia, what's she going to do? So it'll be interesting to see.
Whichever way it goes, it's going to be historic. We're either going to have the oldest U.S. president, or we're going to have America's first female president.
And it would also be the first, or only the second time in our nation's history where a president was reelected to a second non-consecutive term. So we're making history either way. And speaking of history, we're coming up on the 10 p.m. hour where polls will close in 4 more states.
Battleground, Nevada among the next batch.
We'll take a pause. More IUS TV election night coverage on the other side of this break.
Election night in America continues. It's now 10 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls just closed in 3 new states: Montana, Nevada, and Utah. And here's a look at where the projections are at this hour.
For Montana, that state, along with its electoral votes, that is 4 electoral votes, has been called for former President Donald Trump.
Nevada, it's too early to call right now where those 6 electoral votes are going to go.
2 hotly contested Senate races in both of those states. We'll get an update on that in a moment. We'll start with Utah, though, for the presidential level. No surprise here. It's 6 electoral votes goes to former President Trump. Plenty of states yet to be called. Let's get to some of the from the previous poll closing, some states that we are still looking at. We will start in Colorado, where it's a traditionally Democratic state as of late. 10 electoral votes up for grabs in the state of Colorado.
Arizona, 11 electoral votes there. It's a race to watch, but we don't have an answer on who those votes are going to yet.
And in Kansas, no answer as to who the votes are going to yet. There are 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump in quite a bit of a lead right now, but only 56% of votes counted so far.
Iowa, there was late poll numbers in that state that suggested that Harris might have a chance in that state. As of right now, it's currently too early to call. 6 electoral votes in Iowa.
Looking ahead to Minnesota, also too early to call where those 10 electoral votes are going to go.
And in Michigan, that's one of those blue wall battleground states. 15 electoral votes up for grabs. No clear winner yet, but Harris mounting a growing lead on Trump with 17% of votes counted.
New Mexico, it's currently too early to call there. 5 electoral votes. It used to be a bellwether and predicted the winner, but it's been traditionally Democratic ever since. So 5 electoral votes in New Mexico.
Nebraska, also too early to call where those 5 electoral votes are going to go.
Maine also too early to call with 4 electoral votes up for grabs. None of those districts have been called yet. Only 6% of the vote counted.
It's all about getting to the magic Wisconsin. How could we possibly forget Wisconsin? 10 electoral votes there. Part of that blue wall that Harris is hoping to defend. 10 electoral votes. Right now, Trump with an early lead.
Looking at Virginia, it's a race to watch, definitely like most of the states here, but there's no call yet on where those 13 electoral votes are going to go right now.
Right across the river, Pennsylvania, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. No surprise, it is currently too early to call. Both candidates want this state bad. They've spent millions upon millions of dollars. It's been the most targeted state this election cycle, so it'll be interesting to see how Pennsylvania pans out.
And then in New Hampshire, no clear winner yet. Expected to go to the Democrats, but kind of up for grabs. Harris with the lead right now. 50% of votes counted, 4 electoral votes up for grabs.
Georgia, we're looking closely at Georgia. 16 electoral votes, not given to anyone quite yet.
It's all about getting to 270 electoral votes. Now that we're getting farther into the night, we're somewhat appearing closer to that number. Trump with 198, Harris with 109. So we still have a big batch of poll closings coming in at the 11 p.m. hour. California will be reporting their results. So we're getting some numbers. And now is when the race starts to get interesting. And I was just told that Harris ended up winning the state of Colorado. So that's another one in her column. 10 electoral votes there. I know we had it as too early to call. 10 electoral votes goes to Vice President Harris.
And then we continue to watch a number of Senate races across the country that could decide who controls the United States Senate. Currently, Democrats have a slight majority, but that is likely to change tonight. As we mentioned, Republicans only need to pick up 2 seats.
Charlie's standing by. Charlie, fill us in on some of these Senate races that just closed. Montana, obviously one we're watching.
Yeah, guys, all of those 3 states that just closed at 10 o'clock also all have Senate races. And
full blue.
Guys, I'm sorry.
more Senate races that we just got info on. So let's get right to it. Montana, too early to call. John Tester is in a fight for his political life in the ruby red state of Montana against Tim Sheehy. So that'll be one that we keep an eye on, and that the Democrats hope John Tester comes out on top. Nevada, too early to call. Another race to watch between incumbent Democrat Jackie Rosen and veteran Sam Brown. That has also been a very competitive election, and Democrats need to maintain that seat to have any chance at keeping the Senate. And Utah, no surprise here. John Curtis defeats Democrat Caroline Glick in that seat in Utah. Now for some uncalled races. We are currently looking at Arizona. Arizona is no call still between Democrat Ruben Gallego and Republican Kari Lake. That seat is being vacated by the independent senator there and hopefully filled by one of those two candidates right there. And next, Michigan, still too early to call between Democrat Elisa Stockton and Republican Mike Rogers. And on to Minnesota, still too early to call between incumbent popular Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar and Republican Royce White. And in New Mexico, also too early to call, incumbent Markin Enrique in a tight re-election bid between Republican Nella Domenicini. And in the state of Texas, all Democrats and all Republicans have been watching this one as former NFL player Colin Allred goes up against a Democrat target in Ted Cruz. We will see how that one continues to pan out there in the red state of Texas, already called by former President Trump. And on to Wisconsin, another race that's also a race that we are watching. Incumbent candidate, Democrat Tammy Baldwin in a tight re-election bid against Republican Eric Hovind. Again, Democrats need to maintain this seat to have any chance at maintaining that majority there in the Senate. And in Maine, it looks like it is still too early to call between incumbent independent candidate Angus King. Again, he's one of those independent senators along with Bernie Sanders, who won earlier, who caucuses with the Democrats but is an independent. So we'll see how that one continues to pan out. And Missouri, it looks like it is still too early to call in that ruby red state of Missouri between Republican Josh Hawley and Democrat Lucas Kunce. And in the state we are all watching for the president and Senate elections, Democrat Bob Casey in a tight re-election bid between David McCormick. We will have hopefully some more votes coming out of that in the next hour or two. And Virginia, polls that closed almost 3 hours ago, still waiting to be called between Democrat incumbent Tim Kaine, who ran with Hillary Clinton in her failed 2016 run to the White House, and Republican Hung Cao. And again, that race is still yet to be called in the presidential election as well. So now here is where we stand in the balance of power in the Senate. Democrats are at 37 seats and Republicans are at 47 seats. And 51 is needed for control. So Republicans only need to pick up 3 more seats, or if Trump wins the White House, or 4, and they will have control of the Senate. That's it for now here. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you, Charlie. We are waiting on a pickup. They've picked up one in West Virginia. Montana looks like it will be the next one. As we mentioned, there's no projection yet in Montana.
Things are really starting to fall together. We have about an hour left in our live broadcast, but we might not even have the answer on who is going to be president by the end of the night.
This is where the puzzle pieces start to fall into place, and you can see what paths are going to result in who winning, and that it's really just a toss-up. Again, in these blue wall swing states, I see on the AP projection map, it's just going back and forth between red and blue, and it has been for the last couple hours.
I did want to head over to the wall. I just wanted to get a look at the state in Arizona. Mike is here with us. It looks like we were talking earlier. Arizona, they have the rules when it comes to counting ballots. They had to wait
It's his
either
territory.
an hour, or they had to wait until all the precincts started reporting numbers before they could give us a data dump, or an hour after poll closing. We're at an hour. We're finally starting to get some numbers in out of Arizona.
Yeah, right now you see Flagstaff, Arizona, they got 58% of votes in with Kamala Harris in the lead right there, and then Phoenix, Arizona, that sort of county section right there, 51% of votes in, and Kamala Harris in the small margin lead right there. We can see a lot more from Arizona in the coming nights, and could also be a reprieve for the Democratic Party if they happen to lose Virginia in the coming hours here.
So 51% of the expected vote count is in Maricopa County.
Yes.
The winner of Maricopa County arguably is going to win the state. Is this a good number for her to be at? She's up about 2 points right now with more than half of the vote in Phoenix left to be counted.
Not enough. I don't think so. I think that we've seen a lot of states here at 50% with either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris in the lead, and 51% of votes is just not enough votes to ever secure, in my opinion, at least a county for a state.
And when it comes to the way Arizona's counting their ballots, it's a little bit different. They have to wait on that mail-in vote, that early vote. So these potentially could be election day numbers we're looking at.
Yes.
Which, if that's the case, that would be probably a very good sign for Harris in Maricopa County.
Yes, it would. I completely agree. Right now, Kamala Harris across the board has not been doing as good as Joe Biden in some of the states that were supposed to be key for the Democratic Party. So for Maricopa County to have these numbers right now, and they will keep on updating within the hour, I do agree that this is a very good outlook for Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party.
Early numbers in the state of Arizona. Mike, thank you. Guys, we're getting closer towards, 11 p.m., midnight. And so seeing some first numbers in Arizona, it kind of gives us an indication of how potentially some of the western states are. I know that a lot of people are making the case that should she carry Arizona, she could carry Nevada as well. So we're looking at if these swing states will vote in tandem.
And it's really starting to fall together. It's going to be interesting to see, what color these states are going to turn once they get those votes in.
Certainly, I think that we could be looking at a very different looking map by the end of the night or into tomorrow. If what I've heard is correct, we could be getting the final result by about tomorrow afternoon, Thursday morning, something.
Yeah, and I do want to make a note that just because it is taking a while for them to count these ballots, it doesn't necessarily mean that anything's wrong. There's a lot of state laws in Pennsylvania, for example, where they're not even allowed to open up the mail-in ballots and the early ballots until actual election day. So they might have had these for a while now, but they haven't been allowed to open them until today.
And Nevada could be one that if this race comes down to these two states out in the West, so if we're waiting on Nevada or Arizona, we might be in for longer than a week, because Nevada is going to take quite some time to count their ballots as well. So, well, we are going to get another quick break in here as more results continue to pour in. Harris took the lead in New Mexico. She's now up in Michigan, but Trump does lead in a number of swing states.
You're watching iOS TV's Election Night, and we'll be back after this.
We're back with another projection. Harris has taken the District of Columbia, a reliably Democratic vote, if you will. 3 electoral votes there. No Republican has won in the District of Columbia. As we welcome you back to our live election night coverage, I want to give us an update real quick before we get to another panel. We've been talking about Virginia all night long and where this race is at. She has taken the lead in Virginia. And when it comes to how much vote is left to be counted, take a look at these hot spots. Richmond, Norfolk, and then the D.C. suburbs is where a lot of this uncounted vote is at. So she's taken the lead in Virginia there. A slight lead at that. There's about 67% of the votes counted. So we will be on the lookout for possibly a projection in the state of Virginia with so much urban vote left to be counted. Our Ashley Voss is standing by with our team of reporters to talk more about some of the issues that we are seeing in the election. Ashley.
Thanks, Ashton. I'm here with our very own Tegan Emerson is here again on the panel, and Oliver Carr. Guys, welcome in.
Awesome. Nice to be here.
Thank you so much for coming out. So as college students, this can be a lot of people's first time ever voting in a presidential election. So could you guys just talk a little bit about what that experience was like for each of you?
Yeah, for me as an 18-year-old, this is my first time voting in any election. And I've got to say, as someone who's always really appreciated the democratic process, and I do have a lot of respect and love for this country, it feels great to be able to finally, make my voice be heard and have a say for myself. For a lot of my life, I've watched, waited, listened to what other people had to say, but now it's finally great to have my turn to speak about what I want to see in this country.
Yeah. Tegan, what about for you?
So before the 2020 election, I was almost 18. I was right there, but I just missed it. And I remember how important that election was. And with this one being just as important, I feel really grateful to be able to have voted in this election after being so close the last time, especially because, again, I am from Michigan. So I feel that in a swing state, my vote counts so much more. And so I think that it just felt very fulfilling for me to be able to have my vote count so much.
Yeah, for sure. Do you guys think that there's enough information out there for students on how to go vote?
Yeah, I feel like IU has done a really, really great job informing students on how to vote. Indiana is a place where we could have registered either here or where we're from. I know a lot of other places throughout the states don't have those sort of rules. So it was really simple. As long as I registered, remembered my address, walked right in, very little line. It was a great experience. We were able to vote on campus, something not a lot of other campuses are able to do. And so it was really, really, really simple to vote for me to vote in this election.
Gotcha. What about for you having an absentee ballot?
So that was a little bit more difficult for me just because I had to have, obviously it had to be sent to me and then I had to fill it all out and then send it back. And so that's, I feel like, the case for many of the people I've spoken to, around me. A lot of them are from out of state, and so having to get an absentee ballot and, making it an early vote rather than just in person on election day, I think it has been a little bit difficult for people who maybe are out of college, just away from their parents or families who maybe able to clarify it a little bit more. So I feel like people, especially the ones that I've talked to, it's just a little bit difficult with the absentee and the early voting because it's such a process of how to turn it in, where do you go. And so I think for the most part it's very covered, but I think there could be a little bit more information about how to do the mail-in and the absentee ballots.
For sure. As we're all Gen Z here, and we know that social media has had such a big impact on everything in our lives, but I want to ask specifically about what do you think the impact of social media has been on this election?
I feel like, you mentioned social media. It allows a lot more people from our generation to really have their voices heard and be politically active. Before social media and before a lot of user-created content, voices of our age weren't really accepted in a lot of mass, more broadcasted media. But on social media, it's really anyone's voice, and it allows people of our generation to be a lot more politically active. It gets us more involved, and I have to imagine that our turnout this year especially is going to break a lot of records in terms of Gen Z, younger, 18 to 24 voting, because it's just so much easier to be politically active in this country now than it was, even 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think Gen Z is a very outspoken generation. So I think with the fact with all of like TikTok rising and then like everyone just all social media kind of rising, I feel it's a better place for students and like younger people to be able to talk about their opinion and get advice from possibly older people or other younger people, and it's a good like debate. I think people have been, it's good information and sometimes it's not, but for the most part it's good information and it's helpful. I think people are very helpful in Gen Z, just like making sure everyone has the information they need and everyone's looking out and just giving their opinions.
Yeah, that's another thing. I feel like one thing that people often assume with our generation is that, especially with social media, is that a lot of things tend to skew only one way. But on the internet, really, like anyone can find their voice for any community. So it's not just, a lot of younger people voting one way or one other. With social media and a lot of online stuff, it becomes a lot easier for you to find your niche community and express the values that you really want to be expressed without feeling like you can be ostracized.
Yeah. Do you think that there is a possibility that there is a slight downside to having social media so prevalent with an election?
Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of false reporting out there. As a journalism student, that's something that's a hot topic issue on our campus. But at the same time, at some point, having freedom of information is ultimately a net gain. At least I think. But you hear a lot about it, like fake news, whatever. A lot of that can be, pushed further out, and a lot of like very negative, almost hateful discourse can be pushed out on social media. But I feel like for the most part, that's something that while we need to work towards limiting, it's a drawback we have to kind of accept because it's done so much good, I feel like, for our generation and for political participation at large.
Tegan, anything to add?
Yeah, I feel that when there is things like fake news coming out like on TikTok or other social media platforms, I feel like the platform usually does a good job at kind of shutting it down, or other people going to get their own research and coming back and be like, hey, this actually isn't correct. And so I think it's like there is a lot of fake news within social media, but that's going to come with anything. And so I think that people do a good job at like fact checking on their own and like going out and make sure they're not just getting their sources from social media.
For sure. And turning back to this election in particular, I'm just curious on what swing state each of you guys are really looking out for.
Well, for me, Virginia is really, really, really crucial. Early on, it looked like Vice President Harris wasn't really performing as well as President Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, though, seems to be swinging back the other way. So at this point, it's really still anybody's race. And as Mike alluded to earlier, there are a lot of scenarios where if Kamala doesn't pick up a state like Virginia, it really, really looks grim for her. Have to pick up a lot of states out west. So my eyes are definitely on Virginia. Things still very much up in the air, but it's gone one way, it's gone another. So it's one to watch for sure.
Tegan, what about you?
Well, again, because I am from Michigan, that's really the one that I'm looking at. I guess I wouldn't say lucky enough to be from a swing state, but it makes me feel like my vote counts a lot. I think again, within Michigan, because it is such a hot place for this election, it really does go back to each county and each city in Michigan, especially looking at like Grand Rapids and Detroit. So Grand Rapids accounts for a lot of the Kent County population, which is a big county in this election because it could really could be the first time it goes blue or in the beginning of it going blue. So I think it's really interesting to look at that and how each of the different counties in Michigan are going to be really important to this election, whether Michigan goes blue or red.
For sure. Well, thank you both for coming out here today, and thank you guys for watching. We are going to return after a quick break. Don't go too far. We got more live election coverage for you.
And we return with a projection in an uncalled race from earlier in the Missouri Senate race. Josh Hawley, the incumbent Republican there, will take another term in Washington. That is an unexpected projection in that state. It wasn't a competitive race, but we're watching Montana and some other states out west to see how that goes. At the presidential level, though, all eyes are on the race to 270.
Yes, definitely. And you did say that some of these calls that are being made, they're pretty obvious, but it still feels nice to have them officially called, so we're getting a little step closer to know who is going to be the president.
Let's hand things over to Mike and Oliver. They're getting a look at some of the new numbers coming in. Some of these states are really getting closer towards the later half of counting the ballots. Guys, what are you watching?
Thank you. We have a couple things that we're watching right now. Mostly I want to focus on Virginia. Again, been a centerpiece right now for our coverage as my screen goes blank. Kamala Harris is looking to make a comeback in the votes right now, amassing a 49.5% count of the total votes in Virginia, looking for her to take the lead. That could be huge for the Democratic Party. And looking on to Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, two states that are also crucial for the Democratic Party. Wisconsin looking to be Republican right-leaning. In the early stages, I want to stress that 54% of votes, anything can happen. We just saw that with Virginia in the top 75%. Donald Trump in the lead by, I want to say 20,000 votes. Yeah. And then Michigan, it's again right-leaning, but only 24% of votes. So the game can change there if we look closer in there.
It's so tight in Michigan. It's just flipping back and forth at the moment right now.
Yeah, we need to look in the Ann Arbor section. Kamala Harris just went there to visit with University of Michigan students and give a talk there. So we'll see those students' votes coming in here shortly. And looking again at Pennsylvania, one more crucial state for this election. I predicted at the start whoever wins Pennsylvania will win the election. And right now that is looking to be Donald Trump in the 58% right now, leading only by 100,000. Anything can change right now, but the more that the divide comes in Pennsylvania, the more that it is more likely that it will be a Republican state, adding another 19 electoral votes to the 204 versus 112 that AP has for the presidential race. Oliver, I know you have some thoughts you want to share with us about the map, so point us away.
Yeah, well, as Mike said, Pennsylvania is just so crucial because, if for example, Kamala does not pick up Pennsylvania, it's really going to come down to she needs to essentially win out on a lot of these western states, states like Nevada, states like Arizona, which at this point are just so tight. And if she doesn't pick up Pennsylvania per se, then it's going to be a really, really tough road for her. She's going to essentially have to pick up just about every other swing state in order for her to get to 270. And things are looking very early. We're still waiting on numbers from Nevada, but from Arizona and it's looking like at this point right now, very, very early on, that Trump is doing better than he did in 2020. But the results of that still remain to be seen. Mike, tell us a little bit about path to 270 without Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris.
Without Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, we can see right here just a quick production. I have North Carolina as red right now, just going forth for the future right here. Wisconsin, Michigan, I'm going to leave unbounded. Iowa, I'm going to keep red. Missouri, going to keep red. All states that we know have been called. Idaho, going to put that as red. Utah, going to put that as red. Montana, going to put that as red. Wyoming, going to put that as red. Washington, Oregon, California, those Bay Area states, that West Coast right there, giving them all the blue. Hawaii blue, Alaska blue. Right now, that brings the race down to 226 for the Democratic side and Republican side, 251. I said it before that Nevada and Arizona are going to be some key players. So say that the Democratic side wins Arizona. They also need Wisconsin. They also need Michigan. 262 comes down to winning Pennsylvania.
And at this point, it looks increasingly more like Pennsylvania is really going to be that bellwether state. But again, it's still so early. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers. And things are just too close to call at this point, guys.
Yeah, one final look at the Reuters map here. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in a tight lead right now, 100,000 votes, 60% of votes. Still a long way to go for Pennsylvania. We will not know them tonight. That is my statement. But again, anything can happen with this election. That is all from us right now. Any questions from the desk?
Yeah, what about the raw vote coming in out of Minnesota? I know that the other Midwestern states were getting a lot of numbers in. It looks like 56%, more than half of the vote in from Wisconsin, about a quarter of the vote in from Michigan, and more than half of the vote in from Pennsylvania. Minnesota, we're only sitting at 5%. What are some of the numbers coming in out of there?
Looking from the Great Lakes region, again, you did say before, Wisconsin, more than half the votes. Michigan, only 25% of the votes. Illinois, full Kamala Harris, 75% of the votes. Minnesota, you're only looking at 6% right now. Oliver, can you look down we got Donald Trump with 115,000 votes, Kamala Harris 70,000 votes. I do not know how that matches up against Joe Biden in the 2020 election, but I do know that Minnesota has been a fairly Democratic state in the past couple of years.
Of course, Kamala's running mate Tim Walz from the state of Minnesota, so you'd think that'd be a boost for voters there, but as of now, it remains to be seen. Currently, Donald Trump leading in Minnesota.
Anything can happen right now, and a lot of the Minnesota residents have said they either like or dislike Tim Walz. I've seen some polarizing things about him, and right now he seems to be the key factor in winning over Minnesota. Anything else from the desk?
Yeah, looking back at New Hampshire, what are you guys expecting to see? Right now, they're recording it as 52% for Kamala Harris and 47% for Trump, but I'm curious on what you guys think about that.
Small but mighty for electoral votes. Kamala Harris, again, in the lead by 20,000 votes right now. 50% of votes are out there. Again, this is the blue wall right here. As we see, let me just move my cursor right now. New Jersey, Maryland, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And again, different districts in Maine because of how they do their stuff up there. Oliver, add us up.
Yeah, these are the sort of states that Kamala really needs to win in order to have a fighting chance. If states like these start to flip, guys, it looks more and more like a landslide at this point. But for now, she leads in a majority of these states, and you'd expect them to turn blue. But at this point, still early, still hanging around 50%, more that range in terms of raw voter turnout. So we're still waiting on a lot of these results. But as I said earlier, if Kamala doesn't keep these states blue, it's really tough for her to make any gains anywhere else.
All right, gentlemen, stick around. I have a question for you here in a second, but we do have two updated calls right now if we want to pull up those results. Calls that we didn't previously have. We start in Iowa. This was one that Democrats had a little bit of optimism coming into tonight. There was a last-minute poll out of that state that had Harris leading Trump, but it indeed goes to former President Trump, 6 electoral votes in Iowa. We also have a projection in the state of Kansas. Donald Trump, the winner in Kansas, 6 electoral votes up for grabs there. So, gentlemen, not a surprise in either of those states, but Iowa, I'm curious, with him securing the win in Iowa, particularly Democratic strategists were wondering if female voters in Iowa could potentially be something that is a signal to the rest of the country that female votes in the country were being underrepresented. With this call going to Trump, what does that say for the other Midwestern Rust Belts?
Yeah, guys, one of the biggest issues coming into this election was, of course, reproductive rights. And there were a lot of reproductive rights issues on many of these ballots in these states. I know at least a lot of shocking results. You know, typically these Republican states would you'd think would vote against those sort of measures, but places like Kansas did approve those kinds of measures. So you'd think that would bode well for Kamala Harris, but at this point, it doesn't look like they're showing up for this. So maybe those voters not quite as charged up for this election. Maybe the turnout isn't as good, but that means that those key states that Democrats were looking to flip, that would give Kamala a huge race in that part of the country, not looking like it's going her way right now.
You do mention the female voter aspect, and I do want to touch on the college and the new large freshman classes that we can see at these universities, specifically University of Michigan State and University of Michigan Ann Arbor. So sorry, Michigan State. Someone's going to fire me for that. And then University of Wisconsin-Madison. Lots of.
Come on, Mike, get your colleges right.
I was just.
Hey, go blue, Mike.
I was just at the game.
We've been here a few hours, so it's okay.
Sorry. Again, I have friends at both colleges. Someone's going to get me for that. Wisconsin-Madison and University of Minnesota, again, lots of young female voters out there that have been campaigning on both social media and in the Midwest. Illinois already blue, but as for the Midwest right now, lots of female voters and a lot of young turnout from voters in that area. Even in Indiana, we saw a lot of young voters at the poll sites today if you were out there looking around for same-day colleges, and that's just how the Midwest is turning out for Kamala Harris.
We'll have to see as the rest of the night goes on. We're coming up at 11 p.m. A big electoral vote percentage is coming up. We got California, a very big electoral prize. So we'll have to wait and see how the rest of the night pans up. We are coming up on the 11 p.m. hour. We'll take a break. We'll be right back with IOCB live election night coverage. Stay with us.
Hello guys, and welcome back to our live election coverage. I'm here with Daniel and Graham, two of our IUS-TV news reporters. Thanks for being here, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, we are seeing that map has a lot of red on it. However, I want to remind viewers of something called the red mirage. Graham, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we saw this to a great extent in 2020 where, you know, like a lot of those early votes and mail-in votes, those are counted later, and those do tend to favor you know, Democrats. In this case, that'd be Harris. But I will say we're probably not going to see that to an extent that we saw in 2020, because obviously we had COVID then, so we saw a massive amount of mail-in votes in that election. But we're definitely seeing some here. And the other thing is that I know early voting, we have seen a much higher turnout there, though. That's why it could possibly cancel out there. And we could see that, you know, the early voting, it's definitely more, you know, toss-up, more, you know, even with each party, because a lot of people have been doing that. You know, obviously a lot of people here at IU had to do that, you know, voting absentee or voting early. So I think we'll definitely see that. Definitely we could see more of Harris getting a lead like later into the night.
Yeah, that's something that you kind of see with Pennsylvania because of the way their rules work. Like something that Grayson stated earlier in the broadcast, is that they have to wait on election day for them to even open up the mail-in ballots. And that's kind of something we saw in 2020 even more because of what you said, the COVID. And it may still be happening this year because the mail-in ballot is still a big thing, especially for the older community. And it's like you said, those college kids who are in the college doing absentee ballot. So that might be something you might see later down on the line as Pennsylvania votes rolling. As the last time I checked, they're only around 60-65% accounted for. So there's still a lot of votes left to count.
Yes, so many votes left to count indeed. We're looking at those swing states. Could you talk a little bit about those?
Yeah, so we've really seen those go back and forth real quick. I'm going to go head over to the wall just to explain my point real quick. So we've seen, of course, a lot of votes change if you look at the polls right now. So obviously you see Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, you know, those states have really gone back and forth. Minnesota as well. Virginia, not expected to be a swing state, but that has, you know, really gone. Started with Trump, and now we're seeing Harris take the lead there. And of course, a lot of the votes left to be counted are in those urban counties where, you know, Harris can probably end up winning that state. And, you know, Daniel, you mentioned earlier the way they're counting it in Pennsylvania is a big thing. And that's been a lot of big deals, like all those laws put in place for how those votes have to be counted. That's what's been the difference and why we're seeing all that. And of course, we're going to see the other swing states like, you know, Arizona, Nevada. Those are going to be coming in later, obviously, because they've got later closing times. It's likely we will not see those called for possibly even a couple days, without a doubt, just with how, you know, long those could take to be counted. It's going to be a very long process as we're heading down to the end of tonight.
Thank you so much for giving us that visual. Daniel, did you have a swing state in particular that you were wondering about or keeping an eye on?
There's the main ones I was keeping an eye on was Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Virginia. The same ones kind of everybody's been watching because of how much those play in, because whether their electoral count is so much compared to those states out west like Arizona and Nevada. Yeah, those swing, but since they're only about 6 and 5 electoral votes, they don't really play into as big of a deal as like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Virginia, where like Mike was showing you on the big screen, where how much those can play a factor. And right now it's come down to really who wins Pennsylvania and who wins a certain amount of other states to win the get to 270.
Yes, it certainly is going to come down to the wire. And another thing that we've been keeping an eye on, not only the presidential election, but also the Senate updates that Charlie has been giving us. Do you guys have any stance on that, or kind of what you've been looking at for the Senate in particular?
Well, really so far we haven't seen many surprises yet, and a lot of the ones that we're going to be looking at are going to be coming in later. I mean, you know, the flip we saw from West Virginia, not a surprise there. Montana, I imagine, will likely be a flip. We're probably going to see that called, you know, like really later tonight or early in the morning, I imagine. And then Ohio, of course, we talked about that one. I imagine that one won't be called for a good amount of time. That'll probably be the last one we hear from, just because of how close that one is and how much money was put into that race. So I imagine that's the last one we'll see called.
Yeah, I was talking about looking at Montana earlier, looking at John Tester and who he's running against. And I was looking at he was already kind of falling behind, and just that the Republicans only really now need one seat left to even tie, and if Trump wins the presidency, then he has the tiebreaker vote So really, the Republicans are in a really good spot for themselves here.
Yes, thank you guys so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you. Ashley, we are coming up on the 11 p.m. hour where polls will close in several more states out on the West Coast.
Yeah, they sure will. Battleground, Nevada is among that batch.
We'll take a pause. More IUS TV election night coverage on the other side of the break.
Election night in America continues. It's now 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and the polls just closed in 4 more states.
78 electoral votes up for grabs in this batch of states, including the largest prize in the country, California.
And we start there, where Vice President Kamala Harris will take all 54 electoral votes, a very big electoral prize, and one that she's probably been waiting to hear all night long. California goes to Kamala Harris.
Yes, no surprise there. Looking to Idaho, the 4 electoral votes there go to Donald Trump.
In Oregon, it is too close to call, but that is almost certainly going to be a Harris victory. Just kidding.
And Washington, 12 electoral votes for Harris there. Looks like Oregon too early to call, so that was an incorrect graphic we had, just to note that. But Washington is in Harris's column, the AP projects. And so there are 4 more poll closings at this hour. Let's take a look at the race to 270. That's what you need to be the commander-in-chief of the United States. Trump sitting at 214 and Vice President Harris at 179. So that was our third to last poll closing of the night. And obviously a lot of people live out on the West Coast, so we're getting down to the last few states here. And now it's just a matter of waiting for battlegrounds to get called.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. I really want to see how this election is going to turn out. I mentioned it earlier, no matter which way this goes, we're going to be making history. We're either going to see the oldest U.S. president or we're going to see the first female president of the United States.
Yes, of course. And I'm curious to see whether or not this red mirage that Graham mentioned earlier is going to clear up, or if we're going to see Trump walk away with a lot of those alleged blue wall swing states.
And I must note, the counting so far has been a lot faster than 2020.
Yes.
We're dealing with more than 70% of the vote in from Pennsylvania. We have about a little over a quarter of the vote in Michigan, and Wisconsin is just over half of the vote in. So a lot of these battlegrounds that we were waiting on in 2020, all those mail-in ballots, they are actually counting the ballots a lot quicker this time.
Which is a good thing. I think states like Pennsylvania learned from the 2020 election with the mail-in ballots. There was a lot of mail-in ballots in 2020, of course, because of the pandemic. They learned their lesson. I think they got some new tactics on how to get those votes in quicker.
And when it came to Pennsylvania, it was all about that law, the state law,
Yes.
that they couldn't process those ballots until Election Day. So once we got to Election Day in 2020, those ballots took forever to actually just get ready to be counted. They didn't change the law. What happened was the vote count by mail drew dramatically lower this time.
Yes, which makes sense considering the pandemic in 2020.
Definitely.
We are also watching Senate races that closed at this hour. Let's hand things over to Charlie, who is watching our Senate calls. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, guys. Yes, there are a couple of few Senate calls that we will be making at the moment, including in the biggest state in the country, California, was just called for Democrat Adam Schiff. Yes, he will be taking home that he will be becoming the new United States Senator from California. Going over to Washington, that's another one that Democrats are holding on to. Maria Cantwell will win in the state of Washington. Now going to some uncalled races. There is a list of uncalled races we are still waiting to watch, including out there in Nevada, where Jackie Rosen and Sam Brown are looking for more votes there. There isn't anything that's come in from that state. And in the state of Montana, Democrat incumbent John Tester fighting for his political life there in the ruby red state of Montana up against Tim Sheehy. Still waiting for more votes to come in there, but it's not looking good for that Democrat incumbent. And in the state of Michigan, again, still too early to call. Too many votes still outstanding for Alyssa Slotkin and Republican Mike Rogers. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the next few hours. And in Arizona, Republican Carrie Lake up against Democrat Ruben Gallego, hoping to flip that from a Democrat to a Republican seat. And in New Mexico, still no call from the state of New Mexico between Democrat incumbent Martin Enrique and Republican Nella Domenici. And in the Senate state of Minnesota, Tim Walz's home state, Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat incumbent there, a well-known Democrat, senator nationwide, up against a re-election bid against Republican Royce Wright. Still no result there. And Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, another Democrat incumbent. See these patterns of Democrat incumbents up against Republican challengers Eric Hovind. Still waiting for more votes there. And in Texas, another state to watch. Colin Allred, former NFL player, up against Ted Cruz, who Democrats are looking to kick out of the Senate. It's not looking very likely, as Cruz has a sizable lead there in the red state of Texas. And in Missouri, another state that we're still waiting for more votes in, Republican Senator Josh Hawley up against Democrat Lucas Kunce, looking to make a call there hopefully soon with more votes coming in from Republican areas. And here is where we stand in the balance of power in the Senate. Democrats are at 39 seats and Republicans are at 48 seats. That's just 3 away from the 51 that is needed for control. And again, those are still 10 plus Senate seats that we are still waiting to call. Hopefully, as these more votes come in, we will be able to make those calls as they come in. That's it for now. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Just wanted to note Minnesota too early at the presidential level, also too early at the Senate level as well. And Missouri, we had it incorrect on the graphics there. Missouri did in fact go to Josh Hawley. We mentioned that earlier in the evening. So just wanted to clarify that. While those Senate calls were coming in, we did have a projection come in Oregon. Harris is the projected winner there, 8 electoral votes. So that will be adding to her total, where she is currently sitting at 179 electoral votes with that projection in Oregon. So some of these states are finally starting to make projections as we get farther into the night.
Yes, they sure are. Some states that we've been following closely, like Pennsylvania, they're at 74% of their votes are counted right now, and Georgia 88. So hopefully we'll be seeing those numbers either early into the morning or sometime early tomorrow.
In the northern blue wall, we're seeing a lot fewer votes being counted so far. In Michigan, only 30%. In Wisconsin, 65%. That's a good amount. And then in Minnesota, mere 14% of votes being counted. So we still could be waiting quite a while on those states to call.
And Nevada out west, no results in yet. It took more than an hour for some early numbers to come in out of Arizona. Nevada hasn't even reported any numbers. Mike is standing by. And Mike, we're getting closer to the new day. We're about, 45 minutes away. What should we be looking out for in the Midwest, where there's still a lot of vote left to be counted from earlier tonight?
I'm so glad you asked, Ashton. It's again, I'm aiming up at the top. Great Lakes region here, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, along with a little bit of Pennsylvania right now. I want to just cover Minnesota, as you said before, only 14% of votes counted, and the split, it's way too early to tell. It's just the facts right now. Donald Trump in the lead by 100,000 votes, but hopefully people know the population of Minnesota is not just 300,000 people. So going forth there, Minnesota, you could wait till tomorrow, and I still don't think that they will have an accurate representation of who will have the state and its electoral votes. Wisconsin, going with 10 electoral votes there, a crucial state for the Democratic Party to try to get that blue wall in the Midwest region. 10 electoral votes up for grabs there, and right now, with 65% of votes counted, Donald Trump is currently in the lead with about 50,000 votes on Kamala Harris. The former president has a red mirage as a little hot term that we've said a couple times in this broadcast. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. We still don't know. That's 35% of votes that could come in here for the next night and even the next day. And with mail-in ballots, early voting, and a lot of in-person votes that have not been counted yet, do not count any state that is a battleground state right now out of the election. As simple as that. Michigan, highest of the 3 Midwest states, 31% of votes counted, and the most of the electoral votes available right now. Again, Donald Trump in the lead, but by a very small margin. It is just too early to call any of these states, and that's my opinion right now, as opposed to the East Coast states, if you guys don't mind me going on right now. Pennsylvania, 75% of the votes counted. You see a little bit of a wider margin right there, but again, mail-in ballots, all the new laws inquiring that, what will be counted going forth here. And then North Carolina, Need to be a northern state for them to kind of cinch a win there. And right now, 16 electoral votes, Kamala Harris behind there. Not looking at a projection right now. Don't know about the mail-in ballot situation. Don't know about the early ballot situation. It's a little bit less of, is this too early to call with 90% of votes in? But again, I mean, the night's still young for college students, so we can see what happens. And then Georgia, rounding out some of the battleground states here on the East Coast, 16 electoral votes and 90% of votes counted. Donald Trump seems to have taken it here again for Georgia after Joe Biden took it as a swing state and switched to the Democratic side. Not surprising, looking at the outlook of this election, but anything could have happened. And as I speak right now, North Carolina, Donald Trump has just been confirmed by AP as the projected winner for the 16 electoral votes, increasing his total to 230 electoral votes as opposed to Vice President Kamala Harris's 179, as we get the graphic up there on screen.
That's a big one.
Yeah. Last two battleground states. I'm so sorry for that.
No, you're good. I was just wanting to chime in there.
Yeah.
Do you suspect we will have a call in Georgia? I mean, Georgia, the vote count is running quicker than the vote count in North Carolina. And if I checked the map correctly, it looked like he had a bigger lead in Georgia than North Carolina.
I would not be surprised. Simply, Georgia has voted a lot faster. They were one of the first poll sites to close down. And as you see there, really 3-point margin there in the percents, 51% for Donald Trump and 48.3% for Kamala Harris. Those 16 electoral votes will seem to add to Donald Trump's total here shortly. The 4 states that I think actually interest me a little bit more now, Arizona, we see neck and neck right now with 50% of votes counted. It could go either way going into the night right now. Again, a crucial battleground state. Don't know what's going to happen here throughout the night. You might wake up tomorrow and still not be totaled up. And Nevada, what's going on? Completely gray. Nothing voted. Nothing reported. Those 6 electoral votes will matter, and every electoral vote matters as the system works. And these last 2 states, Hawaii and Alaska, Associated Press has Robert Kennedy as one of the leading candidates on the ballot for Alaska. So I'm a little bit intrigued, I think is the word, for how that will turn out right now with voter. And then Hawaii is projected, has been a little bit more of a blue state in the last coming years. So Kamala Harris may be getting some 4 electoral votes when their polling sites close down, but it's a little bit farther in the night. And for anyone in there on the East Coast, West Coast, then they will find themselves finding out about Hawaii and Alaska's totals. From the desk, any questions? And I'd also like to call up Daniel Marlowe.
Yeah, rather quickly, I just want to, now that North Carolina is in the Trump column,
yes,
walk us through the paths forward, because if he carries those Southern Belt states, correct me if I'm wrong, that still would not be enough to get him past that 270 mark. He's going to need to pick off one of those Midwestern states.
So if you allow me to just set the board right now for the election.
Because the Midwestern states, since the 90s, they've voted in tandem. So which way one goes, the other 2 follow. Is this looking like one where all 3 are going to go the same way again, or are we going to see one of these states break the reins, if you will?
Break the reins is based off trends. You never know. It's a really, really important election, and anything can happen. We have been surprised and been watching the numbers go up and down throughout the night. So watching Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, a trio in of itself, all connected to the Great Lakes, all in a very similar mindset of, hey, it's the Midwest. What are they going to do? What's their election policy up there? Those are the make or break right now. And if the red mirage continues for Donald Trump, then those will, I think, secure his victory and reinstate him as president. And then Pennsylvania, it's kind of coming in here as a red state. I think it's the key state to win right now in this election. And just to answer that question right now, I think those states will vote in tandem.
Any questions from the other 2?
Not for me. I think when you mentioned Pennsylvania, it is looking close, but they do have 76% of the votes counted. At this point, Trump is winning 51%.
And it is important to bear in mind that a lot of those votes that haven't been counted yet are from the urban areas that tend to swing blue a little bit. But will it be enough to swing the vote back and make up that over $100,000 difference? We'll see.
That is the question.
And nothing surprising yet.
No.
Trump was up in North Carolina, he was up in Georgia, he was up in Arizona, and some had him up in Nevada. So not yet past the realm of unexpected.
I think we can definitely preface that we will not know who the president is within the next 30 minutes, even the next couple hours.
That is very sound analysis by you, Mike. Thank you so much. Any last minute comments before we wrap up our coverage here?
I don't think so. I mean, I've said it a few times before. Whichever way this goes, it's going to be historical.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same camp. I think we covered it all since we've been here almost all evening.
And with that, I think we're ready to wrap up. There's obviously a lot more left to be figured out as the night continues. So if you're going to bed, good night. If not, it's going to continue throughout the evening. But our coverage here is done. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see how this shapes out the rest of the week. Have a good night.
Be sure to follow us on iOS TV News and Facebook, and iOS TV on YouTube.